All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Sunday. We are back. We are back for another episode. It is currently 8:12 a.m. You know what time it is. And today's date is the 27th of July, 2025. How are you doing? How are you doing this beautiful morning? God is the greatest for sure. And of course, it is Sunday morning, so I hope you had a very productive week, and I hope you're gonna enjoy your Sunday as well. And did you have a wonderful weekend? I had a wonderful weekend. So today we're gonna check out what is going on across the United States. But of course, the commander in chief has taken a trip yesterday to Scotland, and we're gonna check that out as well. But for the most part, we're gonna check out what's going on here at home. And uh, DHS Secretary, Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem had a little kind of like a conversation with the press about 3 days ago, and HHS Secretary RFK Jr. also had a conversation yesterday with um, the press as well. So we're gonna check both out and subsequently check out what's been going on across the United States. All right. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I do not care if you are Republican or Democrat. The most important thing for me is you love the country, okay? You love the United States. That's what I care about. All right. That is what I care about. So be nice in the chat. And if you're not nice, you're gonna go to your mom's basement. Okay. That's what is gonna happen real fast because it's Sunday. All right. Here we go. First, we're gonna check out HHS Secretary RFK Jr. and enjoy the show. You are currently tuned into the Genesis show, and here we go.
This issue is fascinating to me. It's of great interest and it's increasingly been of interest, especially during COVID when questions came up like they'd never come before, that questioned institutions or questioned the way things have been done for a long, long time. It's fascinating. And I'm so grateful for Secretary Kennedy's work here, for what's happening, especially grateful for the way that allows states to carve out and create their own strategies to work with HHS. But my first question, and what I want to ask you to do, is just tell us how this evolution happened for you personally, how you found yourself in this spot, and why this matters so much to you, why you believe it's important to our country, and just what has caused this movement to become of such great interest to people in this country.
You know, I think my own experience was reflected that of a lot of Americans who are in my generation. We know what a healthy child is supposed to look like. I had 11 siblings. I had about 70 first cousins. And I didn't know anybody in my school. In the schools I went to, I didn't know anybody who was related to me who had a peanut allergy or a food allergy. And, you know, I have 7 kids and 5 of them have allergies. And other issues that afflict their generation. And I saw this explosion in chronic disease and was wondering why no doctors, no public officials, that our public health officials are not paying attention to it. And, you know, when I was a kid, my uncle was president, we had a chronic disease rate of about 3%. We spent 0 on chronic disease nationally. Today, the chronic disease rate is 60%. And we are spending $1.3 trillion. And it's the fastest growing budget item in the federal budget. It's growing 2% faster than the economy. You know, when I was a kid, a typical pediatrician would see 1 case of diabetes in his lifetime, juvenile diabetes, over a 40 or 50 year career. Today, 38% of our teens are diabetic or pre-diabetic. So 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door is afflicted, and we're spending $1 trillion on diabetes alone. And autism rates in 1970, there were a series of studies around that period. The largest epidemiological study in history of mankind was done in the state of Wisconsin. They looked at 900,000 kids in Wisconsin, and they found 3 kids with autism. And they were looking specifically for autism. And today, the incident rate at that time was 0.7 per 10,000, so less than 1 in every 10,000 kids. And there are a lot of other studies that supported that, that validated that. Today, we released a month ago new figures that are 1 in every 31 American children. And it's actually probably much worse than that, because the data, CDC's data is assembled state by state. And some states have very poor collection systems. California, which has the best collection system of any state, is 1 in every 19 kids, 1 in every 12.5 boys. This is an apocalypse. And the same is true, that's just 2 diseases, diabetes and autism. And then you look at, there's hundreds and hundreds of autoimmune diseases that started around 1989. The EPA was asked by Congress to tell us what year did the autism epidemic begin. They said it's a red line, 1989. So something happened in that period that changed the way that Americans, that dramatically impacted our health. It's existential for our country. Not only the cost, we pay 2 to 3 times more for health care than any of the European countries, and we have the worst health outcomes of any country in the world. We literally have the sickest population in the world. Our 80%, 8 out of every 10 American kids cannot qualify for military service. The teenagers in America now have sperm counts that are 50% of what 65-year-old men have. They have testosterone levels that are half of what 65-year-old men have. And so this is existential for our country. And, you ask about kind of, what happened. When I started talking about these, I was talking about it for 20 years, and there was an army of mothers who came out of the woodwork because they had those concerns about their kids. And I kind of made it now, my life mission to figure out what's happening and then to eliminate those. A lot of it is because of our food. That's the primary. Genes don't cause epidemics. They may provide a vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. And we know what it is, and primarily it's sugar and ultra-processed foods. And in the countries, I was talking with some of the Democratic senators yesterday and talking about this. In Japan, in the United States, the obesity rate was 3%. When I was a kid, I was a 10-year-old boy when my uncle was president. And it's over 50% today. In Japan, it was 3% in 1960, and it's 3% today. And it's because they don't allow processed foods into their schools. They have cooks, they give the kids really good food. In China, 20 years ago, there was virtually no diabetes. Today, 51% of the adult population is pre-diabetic or diabetic, and it's because they allowed 20,000 fast food joints to be built in China, and they started mass importing American processed food. We are poisoning our children. We're mass poisoning this generation of children, and the costs are now, it's bankrupting the state. Those of you who are governors, most of you are paying about 30% of your budget for Medicaid. And it's bankrupting us, and there's no end in sight to that vertical hockey stick graph line. And the only way, for years, Republicans and Democrats have been talking about how to reorganize the healthcare system, whether it should be private insurance or whether it be single payer or a public-private hybrid. But all of those ideas are like moving deck chairs around on the Titanic. The ship is going down. The only way that we solve this problem is by ending the chronic disease epidemic. And we're seeing now these extraordinary initiatives from the states to do that. And you know, in Tennessee, you've got cell phone regulations in the schools, which are really, really important. You've applied for a SNAP waiver, and this is something that I would urge every governor to do. We spend $405 million a day on food stamps. 18% of that goes to soda and candy. So we are giving this population, the poorest population in our country, diabetes, and we're paying for it again at Medicaid. And there, you know, if you want to drink a Coke, you're in America, you ought to be able to drink one. You can make that choice. But the federal taxpayer should not be paying for it. And if you're doing that, it looks like cheap food, but bad food is not cheap. It's much more expensive in the long run.
You mentioned cell phones. Can you talk a little bit about mental health and the mental health crisis explosion that we've seen? I know many of us have read the book The Anxious Generation, but aside from one book, just the data itself that shows the rise, particularly in young people, of anxiety and depression and suicide. And it's not just in America, it's globally. Talk a little bit about that.
I mean, we have a malaise in this country. We have a chronic disease crisis, and we have a spiritual crisis as well. And we have a generation that is purposeless, that is plagued by dispossession, by alienation, and the highest suicide rates in history, alcoholism, addiction. 2 years ago, we lost 106,000 kids to fentanyl overdose. I lost my niece. My brother died of a drug overdose. All of our families are touched by it. And it's all an emblem of, it's all a feature of, and a symptom of dispossession, of a lack of connection to community. Addiction is about isolation. It is a disease of isolation. It's of losing your connection to other human beings. And this generation is under assault. And I would say that primary drivers of it are social media, cell phones. It's so important to do these, so many states now are doing these bell-to-bell restrictions, or at least requiring that every school district have a cell phone plan, so you don't have to nanny manage them. You can say, think this is something you have to think about, you have to come up with. In Virginia, they have bell-to-bell restrictions. The kids keep their cell phone in their backpack, so if their mom calls them, if their mom needs to get in touch with them, she calls the principal, and then he can use his cell phone. But initially, when the schools do this, there's tremendous resistance among the student population. But in all this many schools I've visited, very, very quickly, the students begin embracing it. And you go to, in Loudoun County, Virginia, I went into an auditorium, a cafeteria with almost this many people in it, and the kids are all talking to each other. They're on the playground talking to each other. They're not looking in their laps at a cell phone. And when I polled the students, 99% of them said it was a good idea. So they embrace it in the long run. The parents told me that the kids now don't use cell phones when they're driving because they understand they're not attached to it. They at the dinner table, they put their cell phones aside and they have conversations. And that's the beginning of restoring these bonds of community. The other contributor is food. There's an entire emerging body of science that links microbiome to mental health, what they call the gut-brain connection. And there's these extraordinary studies that have been done in prisons and juvenile detention facilities where they change the food. You can go on Google and look this up. There's dozens of studies, and the results are extraordinary. In one juvenile detention facility, and this is pretty typical, the suicide rates went down by 100%. the use of restraints went down by 75%.
When they just changed
When they just changed the diet. There's a professor at Harvard who is curing schizophrenia with dietary changes. About 70% of diabetes, you can lose the diagnosis by changing your diet. And one of the things that we're urging, and violence went down in prisons by 47%. So one of the things that we're urging governors to do is to look at these areas and to do what they can to start changing the diets in the schools, getting the food dyes out that we know affect behavior, and then changing the school lunch programs. When I came into office, we inherited dietary guidelines that were 453 pages long. They were incomprehensible. They were driven by the same commercial impulses that drove Fruit Loops to the top of the food pyramid. And we are going to issue by December, but we're probably going to get them out at the end of October, myself and Brooke Rollins, new dietary guidelines that are common sense, that stress the need to eat saturated fats, dairy, of good meat, of fresh meat and vegetables, and try to drive that. And that, when we release those, it will give everybody the rationale for driving it into our schools. It will change diets in prison populations, in the military, and elsewhere. But it's a new opportunity to reboot and change the diets in our schools. So that's one of the really important things that the governors can do. I encourage all of you to apply for SNAP waivers. Most of the states are doing soda, and that's the easiest one to do. Some of the states, Jeff Landry down in Louisiana did candy as well. Some of the other states are doing that. Some of the states are looking at getting rid of junk food and ultra-processed food. California actually has a very, very good bill right now that's going through the legislature that gives a very good definition of ultra-processed foods. And so, there's opportunities now for all of us to change, to live up to our obligation to our children and really give them a chance in life and change not only their physical health, but also their mental health.
Are there things we can do? I think about, you make a change, you've got to be able to measure it. We have health data. How are you expecting to, as you implement changes, to measure those, and how can states be helpful in that process? Data, information sharing. I mean, data's going to drive, and it's going to substantiate what we have done. It's going to prove or disprove an initiative that we might implement. Do you have thoughts or ideas about how states can work?
I mean, one of the things that was really exposed, there's two questions there, is how do we do outcome-based medicine instead of fee-for-services medicine, which gives everybody the incentive to keep Americans sick. The sicker the population, the more.
Shout out to Dr. Luke, the GOAT. God bless you for the super chat. Dr. Luke says, Genesis, I am glad you won't quit. Consistency rewards. God bless. God bless you, Dr. Luke. I truly appreciate this super chat. Thank you. Here we go.
Tests that can be awarded, the more money is made by doctors, by hospitals, by pharmaceutical companies and insurers. And so we need to, right now, the biggest issue is this misalignment between incentives and outcomes. If we want to have a healthy population, we need to realign those incentives so that people can make money, doctors, hospitals, etc., by making people healthy, rather than and charging for services. And that we're trying to do that at every level of government. We're changing. One of the things we saw during COVID was this information chaos. that the medical establishment and the government was not able to provide good data to people. And one of the things that I found since I came in was that one of the big problems at HHS is that it is siloed and that there is no sharing of data. And we're changing that. We're changing it very rapidly. There are agencies within CMS that sell their data to FDA, NIH, and CDC. This is true across the agency. So there's no sharing of data. One of the other things that I've learned is that a lot of the data you can't really do longitudinal studies on because most of it is through insurance, and the insurance, none of the insurance companies has long enrollment periods. Oh, the average enrollment period may be 2 years, and you're not able to look at the potential environmental injury and then follow that patient for a long period of time. The only system that really has that is Medicaid. Medicaid follows people for 10 years, from 0 to 18. So it is the highest quality data that we have, but we don't control it at HHS. It's controlled by the states. And we're now making agreements with the states. I talked with Governor Stitt about this last week, and he's very generously offered to give us his data. Jeff Landry's giving us his data. Indiana, Mike is giving his data to us, Mike Bruins, and what we're going to do is depersonalize that data, put it on a public database, and allow independent scientists to actually study it and research it. And that is going to enable you to do more targeted treatment in your state. So there's a huge advantage in the state doing this. And then we can also have the advantages of these giant data systems that will really allow us to look across the landscape and say, do statins really work? Do SSRIs really work? Is metformin better than GLPs? And what are the advantages? If there's 5 different GLP drugs or 5 different diabetes drugs, let's look at the long-term health outcomes of those and see which one of them has the lowest all-cause mortality and the highest efficacy. And we can't do that right now. We should be able to. We are driving AI into our agency, I think, faster and more efficiently than any agency in government. And we really want to make HHS the template for the utilization of AI. And there's so many.
Shout out to Donna Basham. Thank you for the super chat.
Great things that we can do with it, with diagnostics, with prescriptions, with treatment, with telemedicine, et cetera, but we also can use it to really find out why people are getting sick and what makes people healthy.
We are pursuing that data sharing as well, because I do think if we could target our own individual populations with an understanding of that data. So why don't we open it up? We have a little bit of time left, and I know there are governors that want to ask questions. Kevin, you had a question earlier that you mentioned to me outside. You want to ask it here?
Sure, absolutely. First off, thank you so much for being here, Secretary Kennedy, and thanks for coming to Oklahoma. We had a great time. Oklahomans love you, and we also did the SNAP benefit waiver, and so we're excited about making Oklahoma healthy again. My question, you mentioned that there's about a $1 trillion cost in chronic disease. Do you have any stats when you get people healthy again, what it does to the economy? We had an economic update earlier about GDP rising at 1% this year in 25. But if you get them healthy again, not only the cost, but also what does that do with the workforce and getting people back healthy to engage in our workforce?
Well, I went on a long hike with Dr. Oz this morning, and he's going to be talking to you tomorrow. But he showed me a data point of a study that they just finished that showed that if you could get every American to do a 15-minute walk a day, it would save the country $150 billion. The cost saving, I said before, when my uncle was president, we spent zero on chronic disease. There were no treatments for it. The first pill that you took every day was the birth control pill. There weren't any pills like that before that. There weren't treatments, and the cost. We are spending this money, and I'll give you an example. During COVID, we had 16% of the COVID deaths in our country. We only have 4.2% of the world's population. And if you ask CDC, why did so many Americans die? Why did Americans die at a rate of 3,000 per million population? When in Haiti, they were dying at 14 per million population. Nigeria, they were dying at 14 per million population. Across Africa, it was 320 per million population, so 1/10 of our death rate from COVID. Why is that? And CDC will say that's because Americans have such high levels of chronic disease. We have the highest chronic disease burden on earth. The average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic diseases. So what was killing them? Was it COVID or was it the chronic disease? They were hanging by their fingernails at the edge of the cliff already. And COVID came over and stamped on their fingers. But what's really making it, the real costs are not from COVID. The real cost, and the cost we have, if a kid has diabetes, if a kid, COVID was killing, the average age of death from COVID was 84 years old. If you have a kid with autism, you have 75 years of life in front of them. And the cost of that, if we can stop the autism epidemic or dramatically reduce it, which I believe we're going to do in my 4 years, we can, the cost savings to our country will be astronomical. And diabetes is the same. We start getting kids to stop drinking soda, stop eating junk food, and start eating real food again, we're going to see immediate cost savings, because people with autism, there's no cure. Diabetes, there's a cure. You can cure diabetes with diet. And one of the things that we're asking governors to do, if you have a medical school in your state, we're asking you to pass a law, and these laws have passed in about 6 states so far, and they're bipartisan, Democrats and Republicans. There's no such thing as Democrat children or Republican children. They don't face strong headwinds. It's an easy law to pass to require medical schools in your state to give a mandatory nutrition class. Doctors are not talking.
Dr. Luke DeGo says, David, Genesis will respond to people in chat and comment on the videos he handpicks to share with his 150,000 plus subscribers base. What do you do, David? That's the thing. People like to talk, but they don't do anything. Shout out to Dr. Luke, the GOAT.
About nutrition. So when you come into the doctor's office, he doesn't know any more than you do about nutrition. And he ought to be, not the first thing he does should not be to give a 9-year-old kid a GLP drug. Yeah, in the long run, if there's no other choice, let's do that. But let's try diet and exercise first, and let's have a medical community that understands those things, and that's their first reaction rather than giving you a drug. And most of the medical schools do not have mandatory nutrition classes, and we need to do that. We're incentivizing to do that at HHS. We're getting them to develop really good curricula on that. But one of the things I said to the governors yesterday is what you do is so critical to what I'm doing. We have 40% of the food industry that has now pledged to remove all dyes, all 9 petroleum-based synthetic dyes. They come to us and ask us and say, we want to do this, we want your support, help us do this. They're coming to me not because they're scared of me. They're coming because they're scared of the governors. because they don't want a patchwork of different regulations all across the country when they got a national product. When you push this legislation in your states, it enables me, it gives me leverage to these industries to change their behavior and to change the ingredients that they're giving us.
Josh. Thank you. Secretary, thank you for the time yesterday, by the way. And if I may, to the surprise of probably everyone here, I want to really, really commend you on pesticide work. The sugar work is absolutely right on the mark. The processed food work will save lives, for sure, and save costs. And so to those points, thank you very much. I also think where some of our governors have asked questions about savings, this part of this $4 trillion system, it absolutely will save a lot of resources. And we governors then will lean on you to reinvest it in good programs. My question for you, humbly, is, so right now, a lot of the core public health infrastructure is in peril. I mean, there's pretty deep cuts, and I know that that's not all you. I get it. You have the president's ear, Oz does with you. So we're seeing these big cuts, and we are worried about health disparities in our states. You know, that is a very real problem for all of us. What I'm worried about is the cuts could threaten, rural health care. And it's very real for all of our states, particularly middle America. And so I want to know what your feeling is. Like, how are we going to be able to change diets if we lose our capacity to have nutritionists? How are we going to be able to change the trajectory of processed foods if we are cutting SNAP and not given the flexibility to make those changes? And again, I commend the work on sugar. We will do that in our state too. How are we going to do these things if in healthcare, and I'm a healthcare provider, as you know, if the lowest hanging fruit falls away, like mental health care, because those are the disciplines that will get cut if there's less resource available to us in our states. So just humbly, if we're going to do these things, which are very well thought out, how are we, if we have fewer pediatricians, going to give that advice, which you correctly say is essential? So how can you support us with all of your plans if we're going to suffer these cuts?
And thank you very much. I really enjoyed our conversation yesterday. I'd start by saying this, that, and I told you this yesterday, I'm the Secretary of HHS. If it were up to me, I wouldn't cut anything in my department. There's no cabinet secretary, with the exception of maybe one, is Linda McMahon. There's nobody else, I think, in the cabinet who wants to see any of their budgets cut. We also support the president because, I understand, and I ran for 2.5 years for president, and Americans are concerned about the budget deficit. We have a $34 trillion debt now. Within 5 years, 50% out of every dollar we collect in taxes is going to go to servicing the debt. In 10 years, that's 100%. And we're leaving this debt to our children, which is going to diminish their capacity to get health care and good food and all these other services. National debt is a social determinant of health. And I admire the president because it's not popular for any politician to stop spending money that's not his. And he is doing things that are very, very difficult and very controversial, and looking down the road and doing something that all of us know has to be done. But none of us knows how to do it. But having said that, he is particularly concerned about rural health, and I ran on that issue, and it's probably the issue that I talked to more senators about, Democrat and Republican, when I was going through my confirmation process. And one of the answers to that, I think it's a really good one, is this provision for rural health transformation provision in the big, beautiful bill. And Dr. Oz is going to be here, I think, today, talking about that. And it's a $50 billion payment now, and it's going to improve rural health. This is a lot of money. It's $10 billion a year for 5 years. To put that in perspective, we spend about 6 to 7% of our Medicaid budget on rural hospitals. So that's about $20 billion a year. So this is $10 billion a year. and it's going to go to rural health. So it's not trivial. It's going to raise the revenues of rural healthcare providers by 30% over the next 5 years. Dr. Oz will talk about the details of that, but every state will get money for it. Some will get more, some will get less, depending on the quality of your application and your arguments. The money has to be spent by the end of this year, so it is on a very, very fast track. The applications have to be in by September, and it's going to go for infrastructure improvements, for workforce improvements, for innovation, or all of these things that are holding rural hospitals back. And so, it's a big investment, and it's an emblem of my personal and our commitment, the president's commitment to rural health.
And I appreciate that, because that's why I proposed it to him, okay?
Well, thank you.
But it is going to help us incredibly. The question is, after the 5 years, and that is going to save us to a large degree. But after 5 years, we're going to have to continue to reassess, because those monies could likely go away, and the governors will worry about Medicaid. But I really do appreciate that. And the last thing, forgive me for asking a second question, is you were saying about the future. Well, we just ballooned the deficit with the tax break. And so we're going to have to have kind of an existential moment sooner or later, because if we did add this deficit while we made some theoretical long-term cuts to our healthcare safety net, we're probably going to need you and others to influence the president to either lower that debt or find a new mechanism to help our country.
I deal with Roosevelt every day, and he's not, he's looking at more cuts, and cuts that are not going to necessarily be popular within my agency and other agencies. So it's a battle that we all have to continue fighting.
Jared.
I appreciate that you're working on kind of finding out what's causing some of these changes, and whether it's autism and some of the others. But there's some that we basically know, and yet nothing still seems to change. And this one you mentioned, peanuts, and it just drives me crazy. In Israel, the kids all eat the Baba snacks, and they have peanuts, and they have 1/10 the peanut allergy rates that we do. Even the therapies for peanuts here, for peanut allergies here, are like these $700 a month pills that basically have small doses of peanuts. I mean, the whole thing's absurd. The pharmaceutical industry just packages up a teeny amount of peanut and sells it back to you for $700. I mean, we know that one. So why aren't we fixing that already and making sure kids are getting exposure to peanuts at a young age, like I did and my parents did? And I mean, it just sort of worries me that even when we know some of the others, nothing will happen. So like, at least some of the ones we know, why aren't they fixed yet, and how can we fix them?
We don't really know what's causing the peanut allergy epidemic. The hypothesis.
Look at the Israeli data, because I mean it's 1/10 of ours, and basically a very most popular kid snack is a peanut snack, and that's what is generally accepted as the reason.
If you just let me finish, that's a correlation. It doesn't prove causation. So we need good studies, and that is a hypothesis. That's a very popular one. There are no allergies in the Amish community in this country, and they eat peanuts any more than other Americans. And I'll just tell you my own anecdote, and this doesn't prove causation. But I have a son who had severe, deadly anaphylactic peanut allergies. He made 22 emergency room visits before he was 2 years old, because he'd go to a birthday party and eat a cake, and there was nuts in the cake, or there had been nuts cooked in the pan that made the cake before. And so I paired up with a guy, with David Koch, who I was in litigation with at the time, and who had a son who was born exactly the same time as my son and had the same level of peanut allergies. We started a group called the Food Allergy Initiative. We raised $100 million, and we poached the best allergy scientists from all over the world. We brought them to Mount Sinai in New York, and they had a laboratory that I visited where they would induce food allergies and other allergies in rats. and feed them different things to try to find out what treated it. And I asked the scientist there, how do you induce an allergy in a rat? And he said it's formulaic. You take an aluminum adjuvant and inject it into that rat with a protein. If it's a peanut protein, that rat will have a lifetime allergy to peanuts. If it's a dairy protein, he'll have a lifetime allergy to dairy. If it's a latex protein, he'll have a lifetime allergy to latex. That's the same aluminum adjuvant that's in the hepatitis B vaccine. We're giving, and many of those vaccines contain peanut oil excipients. There's a study by two scientists called Mawson and Cowlings, one of them from the University of Mississippi and one of them from Britain. And they looked at the same issue, and they showed that it's not only what you give, what's in the shot when you give that injection, but also what's in the ambient environment at the time. So that if there's a Timothy weed outbreak, at the time you get that injection, they found that you could have a lifetime allergy to Timothy weed. And vaccinated children, according to their study, are 30 times more likely to have allergic rhinitis than unvaccinated children. So we need to look at the aluminum in the vaccines and see if we need to look much closer, and we're doing that today at NIH, to see if that has anything to do with this explosion of allergies that began in 1989, which was the year they expanded the vaccine schedule.
I just had, we obviously the data, wherever the data leads us, but in Israel they do use the same Hep B vaccines as.
They don't use anywhere nearly as much, and they don't give them early in life. We give that hepatitis B vaccine during the first 24 hours of life. No other country in the world does that.
We'll take one more, Wes. We are out of time, but go ahead. You go ahead.
Thanks so much, Governor, and I'll be brief. And Mr. Secretary, thank you so much. And we're thankful for the chance to also work with you. As you know, Maryland was the first Democratic state to sign up for the prescription for the initiative for the prescription for a healthy America. And we are working on a lot of things when it comes to chronic health, dealing with population health, nutrition, et cetera. I do know one important component to that as well, though, is the future of the AHEAD model, which we're working on standing up. And I know if you think about cohort 2, I believe Vermont and also Hawaii are in cohort 2. So the question is just, how are you thinking about the future for the implementation and the standing up of the AHEAD model, and what can we as governors do to be helpful with that?
You know, those are evaluated case by case, and you're gonna have Oz up here in a little while, and he's the one who's gonna make that judgment call on the Maryland system. But you know, we support waivers that are helping people. We're encouraging states to become laboratories for innovation and for figuring out ways to deal with these big issues state by state. And but he'll be able to answer more particularly exactly what's going on in Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I was just thinking, the people sitting around this table got into this job that we've gotten into because we care deeply about the people in our states, and we have decided to use our lives to impact their life for good. We all share that same passion for our people. It's the reason that we are serving to a person. And what I appreciate about you and your work is, I believe, and we see it in your passion and in your heart for the work that you're doing. It's because you care about this issue, and you care about America, and you want to lean into this in ways to challenge the status quo in ways that may change the trajectory of the health of this country forever. And for that, we are very grateful and honored that you came to join us today. So let us thank the Secretary.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Really good.
Shout out to HHS Secretary RFK Jr. This is the guy who is changing the trajectory of food in the United States. We need healthier food. All right, here we go. Jesse Waters.
Democrats threw a party today and no one showed up.
What the is up? Let's go! So some ground rules. I don't think that this will be super necessary because you all seem really cool, smart, and hot. Who the are we? And why are we here in a panda head? I also have had a long-term feud with former presidential candidate Marianne Williamson because she sucks. Memes change people's minds. So what's a meme, huh? Come on, people. Look alive.
After the panda, there was a really special guest.
I'm gonna go ahead and give it to the person who's giving us special remarks.
Hello, voters of tomorrow. I want to thank you for everything you all are doing to organize, empower, and advocate for Gen Z. We must be intentional about lifting up our young leaders
Kamala Harris,
and
ladies and
encouraging
gentlemen.
your ambition. Your generation has grown up on the front lines of so many crises, from COVID and the climate crisis to gun violence and mental health. You know what's at stake, and you are not waiting for someone else to figure it out.
Technical difficulties aside, that right there, if you didn't recognize her, was Kamala Harris. She's been on a siesta and she looks tan and rested or something. The chair of the DNC saw this and said, yep, the party's dead.
There's no doubt that, we have work to do. When you hit rock bottom, there's only one direction to go, and that's up. And that's what we're doing.
The chair of the party just said Democrats are at rock bottom. At least he's honest. Where are all the great Democrats fighting for democracy? I thought democracy was under attack. Tampon can't party. He's been goofing off in the wilderness in a bathing suit. Hips don't lie. Hakeem never looks like he's having any fun.
Hips don't lie.
And he talks like he's playing Lincoln Logs with words. Kami Mandami got everybody excited, but then he flew back to Africa and we started looking at government-run grocery stores and all the shelves were empty. Can't have a party without food. Are there any Democrats man enough to lead?
My biggest problem with Democrats is it's like everything they're saying now, you should have been saying 2-3 years ago. Like we've been saying Democrats was cowards. So yes, y'all should have been toughened up.
The only guy who knows how to party's Hunter. But he's talked so much trash that Chuck Todd wants him off the invite list.
I have a real problem with the folks that are booking him. If you've chosen to book Hunter Biden, you've chosen to book spectacle. I don't like it when politicians use the media or campaigns or voters for their own therapy. I think people should use therapy when they need it. I have in the past. I'm a huge advocate of it. But let's not do it in public. Try to deal with your issues amongst yourself.
And with Obama on the ropes and the big guy's ghostwriter working on his memoirs, that means Mamala's in charge. Carville says maybe the third time's a charm. Do you really think you should run another woman? You guys are 0-2 with women.
I don't know. Democratic voters are going to decide that. I don't think a person's gender, we're going to nominate women going forward, and as we well should. All right? I don't have anything, but what I want, if it's a male or a female, I want them to be able to talk about things and communicate in a very direct way.
Carville called his party a cracked out clown car. And just because you're loud doesn't mean it's a good time. The squad's on the front lawn trying to get people to look.
This is all for you. Let the food in.
The DNC chair was wrong. Now they've hit rock bottom. Wait, there's more.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Say the words. Say the words. Say them. Say them out loud. Say them again.
Grown women are screaming DEI and banging on pots and pans. And grown men are dressed up as furries and photoshopping their hips. The media is now asking Democrats, if you could go back in time, is there anything you'd do differently?
Do you have any second thoughts? Any second thoughts about what happened last summer or with
I don't have any second thoughts, but I do have a second thought about the Republicans. If they want to measure mental acuity or sanity, they ought to look to their own president, because the president of the United States, who was asked one question and answers by saying President Obama is guilty of treason, he is not of sane mind.
Nancy does not look well, which is weird because her portfolio was up 54% last year. Beat all the top hedge funds on Wall Street. Why the long face, Nance? Her adopted son, Gavin Newsom, the grape grower, keeps telling us how scared he is. Why is Gavin always so scared?
Do you think he's going to try and stay in power?
When people
beyond his term?
close to Donald Trump, send the governor of California a hat that says Trump 2028, they're not fucking around.
Now, if I were a Democrat, all I would be talking about is Epstein, because you don't have anything to say about anything. But Democrats better be careful what they wish for.
People should really focus on how well the country's doing, or they should focus on the fact that Barack Hussein Obama led a coup. I have nothing to do with the guy. You ought to be speaking about Bill Clinton, who went to the island 28 times. I never went to the island.
Democrats predicted Trump would jack up inflation, cause a recession, a civil war, and World War III. But inflation's tame. The stock market just hit a record high, and we're signing peace and trade deals.
We had the best 6 months ever. We're now heading to Scotland. I'm meeting with the Prime Minister of UK. We have great economic numbers. The deal with Japan is amazing. Those numbers are great. I mean, the kids actually just said, very, very cute, actually. I walked up, they said, sir, there's too much winning. Our country was a dead country. It was a dead country 1 year ago. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And don't you feel it?
This isn't just the best party in town. With Trump, we might be leaving with a goodie bag.
We have so much money coming in. We're thinking about a little rebate, but the big thing we want to do is pay down debt. But we're thinking about a rebate. That's a very good question. You just made a lot of news. We're thinking about a rebate because we have so much money coming in from tariffs that a little rebate for people of a certain income level might be very nice.
Tariff stimmies. Now, when he signs his name on those checks and mails them out, even Democrats are going to be begging for a third term.
That would be out of this world if he actually sends, tariff stimulus checks. That would be wild. Of course, we know what happened in, 2020. Everybody got a check. However, maybe not everybody, but most Americans got a check for what happened in 2020. But I don't know. Do you guys want a stimulus check again? I don't know, man. All right, here we go.
And welcome to this special edition of Hannity, The Anatomy of a Hoax. Tonight, the floodgates are open and the evidence continues to pour in. Make no mistake, there was election interference and Russia collusion in the 2016 election and beyond, but not by President Trump. Instead, according to new evidence published by the Director of National Intelligence, Declassified Information, powerful bureaucrats in the federal government absolutely fabricated lies and conspiracy theories that were then fed to and disseminated by the state-run legacy media mob, and of course Hillary Clinton, and perhaps even orchestrated by Barack Obama himself. They executed a plot to delegitimize Donald Trump's victory in 2016 and his presidency, and frankly, that led to his entire life. The grand conspiracy, as Kash Patel is looking into. And it was all based on actual Russian disinformation. We have referred to it often on this program as Hillary Clinton's bought and paid for dirty Russian disinformation dossier. In other words, your federal government used this information. It was not only unproven They were warned against it, and then it was proven to be completely and utterly debunked and bogus. They used the salacious dossier to create what was a phony intelligence assessment, reportedly ordered by then President Obama, according to this new information, all designed to smear Donald Trump and cast doubt on the results of the 2016 presidential election. This took up 3 years of Donald Trump's first term. And breaking tonight, new documents obtained by the Federalists reveal the very serious objections that were being voiced by career senior intelligence officials. They issued the following memo. Listen to this, quote, unless the FBI is prepared to provide much better sourcing, I believe this should not be included in the paper. And according to the memo, the dossier used, quote, poor source tradecraft and had, quote, extremely sketchy sourcing and simply does not meet normal intelligence community standards. Now, other career officials even warned that there was, quote, no evidence that Russia preferred a Trump presidency or was doing anything to swing this election in his favor at all whatsoever. Well, the Obama CIA director didn't care. Obama obviously didn't care. They ignored all of the warnings. These are senior career top intelligence officials. They ignored them all. They ditched the very real previous intelligence assessment. In other words, the real one. They published a new fake and fraudulent report, according to Tulsi Gabbard, ordered by Barack Obama himself, one that was filled with phony claims about then President-elect Donald Trump. Brennan then reportedly spread this newly minted smear far and wide to other government officials, elected lawmakers, and, of course, the always complicit and compliant state-run legacy media mob. And they, of course, ran with the lie. And according to Gabbard, he did all of this for his dear leader, Barack Hussein Obama. To make matters worse, Brennan is now widely accused of lying about this hoax every single step of the way, even by his own employees. Take a look at this op-ed headline, quote, John Brennan was my boss at the CIA. He belongs in prison. Even law professor, our friend Jonathan Turley, is telling the former CIA director to lawyer up, which according to one report, he already has. Take a look.
It does appear that a couple of these figures may have committed perjury. I think the most vulnerable may be Brennan, who's like a 30-point buck now out in the open. I mean, this stuff goes directly to information that he gave to Congress. It seems to be in contradiction. And so there are real questions here. These individuals, whether it's Comey or Brennan, are not protected from perjury charges if the statute of limitations has not run. They are more likely to be called again to repeat prior testimony.
In the case of Comey, remember, he signed 3 of the 4 FISA applications. Remember, they only last for 3 months, and then they have to reapply. Now, think of the timing. He was warned in August of 2016 not to use it. It was likely political. It became the bulk of information for that FISA application. And even after it was debunked, he was still using this. When they find out information is false that you present before a FISA court as a matter of law, you are supposed to go back to the judge and say, well, we found new information. This information is not true. Now, this matter is in the hands of Donald Trump's DOJ. Now, as we speak, there is a strike force assembled by the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, working around the clock now to determine what crimes may have been committed and by who. Who knew what, when, and where? Brennan, Comey, Clapper, even former President Obama are now all the subjects of a very serious and very real investigation. But tonight, one thing is crystal clear. Barack Obama was a terrible president, and he abused his power. He fomented a culture of pious corruption inside the halls of our federal bureaucracy. To this day, I can all but assure you that the former deep state actors who carried out this plot to delegitimize a duly elected president, Donald Trump, still believe they did nothing wrong. They didn't care at all about the will of all of you, the American people. They believed their opinions mattered much more, and this information clearly is suggesting that they were willing to lie, manipulate, undermine a duly elected president. To them, using the almighty power of the U.S. government to subvert the will of the American people is what justified, because in their hearts, they truly believe they know better than all of us. And for the past decade, That was the real threat to our democracy. In fact, the biggest this country has faced in some time. This makes Watergate, frankly, look like a jaywalking violation. Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Oh my goodness. Well, we'll see what's going on with the 44th President of the United States, President Barack Obama, and his administration, and what Tulsi Gabbard is saying that they did to the 45th and now the 47th President of the United States with the Russia hoax. I mean, Trump went through a lot, from going to the courtroom to the campaign grounds. He had his home raided. He went through a lot, and now he's doing the country actually really a favor, coming back to be the President of the United States, because of course we saw what happened during the 46th President of the United States, President Joe Biden. Of course, that's when the Middle East was going bonkers, Russia, Ukraine going wild. But now we see everything is calming down. Everything is calming down. It's going to take a while, but it's calming down. All right, Trump in Scotland.
What? Yes, I'll be meeting with the EU on Sunday, and we'll be working on a deal. We'll see if we make a deal. Ursula will be here, highly respected woman, so we look forward to that. That'll be good. We'll have numerous executives that we're meeting with. We're going to be meeting with a lot of people. A lot of people will be staying at Turnberry, and then we're going to Aberdeen, which is the oil capital of Europe, actually.
Mr. President, can you explain what is missing in the UK deal that you have to work out?
Nothing. We I think it's more of a celebration than a workout. It's a great deal for both, and we're going to have a meeting on other things other than the deal. The deal is concluded. Well, that's what he does. I mean, you know, that's fine if he does that. That's up to him. It's not up to me. I'm with the United States. I'm not with France.
Thanks.
I think it's terrible what happened with Hamas. They tapped everybody along, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what response Israel has to that. But it's getting to be that time.
Are you concerned about the end? There's a 50-50 chance of a deal. What is left to work out? What are the final sticking points?
I don't know. With the European Union, I think we have a good 50-50 chance. That's a lot.
What are the sticking points?
Well, I don't want to tell you what the sticking points are, but the sticking points are having to do with maybe 20 different things. You don't want to listen to all of them. Yes.
What advice are you going to have for our Prime Minister about free speech? It's very important to people here.
Well, it is, but I like your Prime Minister. He's slightly more liberal than I am, as you've probably heard, but he's a good man. He got a trade deal done. And, you know, they've been working on this deal for 12 years. He got it done. It's a good deal. It's a good deal for the UK. So, no, I'll be seeing him tomorrow, I guess, tomorrow evening. And this is our wonderful ambassador, as you know. He's doing a good job. He's a very, very successful man. He'll be doing a good job.
The Royal and Ancient says you're going to have to improve infrastructure at Turnberry to bring the Open back. Is that something you're going to
I don't know. The best course anywhere in the world is Turnberry. The players all want to be at Turnberry. Everybody wants to be at Turnberry, so we'll see how that works out.
The infrastructure needs to be
I think the infrastructure in the course is good. In fact, the Royal and Ancient, I don't know if you're aware of this, they spent a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars, or probably into the millions of dollars, and they've laid all the wire for television and for electricity under the holes of Turnberry, so that when the Open gets there, they have it all done. They paid for that.
But we're talking about roads and railway stations.
I don't know. See, I don't know what you can do. All I can tell you is that it would be the best place anywhere in your country to have. There's no place like it. There's no place like Turnberry. It's the best, probably the best course in the world. And I would say Aberdeen is right up there also. Aberdeen's great. And while we're here, I'll be with my son, and he's going to cut a ribbon for the second course at Aberdeen, which is just about equal to the first. I mean, it's going to be a battle. It's, as you know, they're very highly rated. And the second course is great. Sean Connery helped get me the permits. If it weren't for Sean Connery, we wouldn't have those great courses. No, I was never briefed. No.
Did you ask how?
What are you hoping Todd Blanche interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell? What are you hoping that they get out of that?
I really have really nothing to say about it. She is being talked to by a very smart man, by a very good man, Todd Blanche. And I don't know anything about the conversation. I haven't really been following it. A lot of people are asking me about pardons. Obviously, this is no time to be talking about pardons. But a lot of people have asked about pardon. This is just not a time to be talking about pardons. Todd will come back with whatever he's got. You make it a very big thing over something that's not a big thing. You should be talking about, if you're going to talk about that, talk about Clinton, talk about the former president of Harvard, talk about all of his friends, talk about the hedge fund guys that were with him all the time. Don't talk about Trump. What you should be talking about is the fact that we have the greatest 6 months in the history of a presidency, according to a lot of people. And we had an amazing 6 months. And this is sort of an example of it. Now we're meeting with the European Union, we're also meeting with, as you know, the head of UK, Prime Minister, and I look forward to that. But we're meeting, in terms of a deal, we're meeting with the European Union, and that would be actually the biggest deal of them all if we make it.
Did you ask House Republican leaders to not vote on the resolution about releasing the files?
I was never involved in that. I'm focused on making deals. I'm not focused on conspiracy theories that you are. I mean, I watch you people. It's so sad. You ought to talk about the success of our country instead of this nonsense that you talk about over and over again.
You've done an amazing job on illegal migration in America.
I have.
People here are very worried about the situation. Record numbers.
Well, I say two things to Europe. Stop the windmills. You're ruining your countries. I really mean it. It's so sad. You fly over and you see these windmills all over the place, ruining your beautiful fields and valleys and killing your birds. And if they're stuck in the ocean, ruining your oceans. Stop the windmills. And there's a couple of things I could say, but on immigration, you better get your act together. You're not going to have Europe anymore. You got to get your act together. And we, as you know, last month we had nobody entering our country. Nobody. Shut it down. And we took out a lot of bad people that got there with Biden. Biden was a total stiff. And what he allowed to happen, but you're allowing it to happen to your countries. And you got to stop this horrible invasion that's happening to Europe. Many countries in Europe. Some people, some leaders have not let it happen. And they're not getting the proper credit they should. I could name them to you right now, but I'm not going to embarrass the other ones. But stop. This immigration is killing Europe. And the other thing, stop the windmills, killing the beauty of your countries. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hey, it's Will. There you have it. The Commander-in-Chief definitely doing his thing.
To Lucas Tomlinson, who's been following the president's trip to Scotland, who's live with the White House right now. Hi, Lucas.
Good evening, Lisa. And more reaction is pouring in. Here's Senator Tom Cotton, of course, the chairman of the Intelligence Committee. He's written a letter to the FBI director saying James Comey's bias against President Trump calls into question everything he did as FBI director. I'm working with Kash Patel on a full review of every FBI action Comey carried out during his tenure as director. And here was Cotton last night with our colleague Sean Hannity.
For years, the Democrats screamed collusion falsely about Donald Trump and Russia. And as you say, there was collusion. Collusion between Obama and Biden and Clinton, Brennan, Comey, Clapper, to brush under the rug the judgments of these career intelligence officials that there's no evidence of collusion whatsoever.
And here's the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, here at the White House Wednesday.
The House Intelligence Committee oversight report that we released today reveals that, quote, unlike routine intelligence community analysis, the intelligence community assessment was a high-profile product ordered by the President Obama. Production of this intelligence community assessment was subject to unusual directives directly from the President and senior political appointees, especially the former director of the CIA, John Brennan.
And then there was this ex-post by Trump's Deputy FBI Director, Dan Bongino, which some found a little cryptic. He says, I cannot predict where it will land, but I can promise you an honest and dignified effort at truth, not my truth or your truth, but the truth. Bongino later tweeted a link to an article talking about this 2016 intelligence assessment that said the Russians favored Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. Lisa.
Lucas, thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Don Bongino is fighting for.
So another day, another campaign promise kept. President Trump's sanctuary cities crackdown, showing historic results here in New York City. Since January, ICE detainers are up 400% from Biden's entire term. But Democrats, they just don't see it that way. Watch.
I think a sanctuary city is a city that allows our mom to take someone's mom to take that children to school without the fear that the principal is going to call ICE on her, or a senior citizen to go to the emergency room without fear that the nurse is going to call the authorities on her. It provides some level of help to the neediest. It's not a city that harbors or provides custody and protection to hardened criminals.
Just crazy talk. Former federal prosecutor Jonathan Fahey served as the acting ICE director in President Trump's first term, and he joins us now. Jonathan, I mean, what are they talking about?
Yeah, I cannot believe that. That's a complete mischaracterization of what sanctuary cities are. Sanctuary cities shield the criminals. That's the whole point of what they're doing, is shielding criminals in jail from being detained by ICE. That's all they do. They don't do any of this other stuff. It's total nonsense, but it's completely designed to mislead the American people as to what ICE does, because they want to imply that ICE is running up into hospitals and nursery schools or whatever, when they're in fact trying to get the criminals off the street. So complete mischaracterization. Really unfair to the American public for him to put that out there, because he knows it's flat out false.
Yeah, I mean, it's just this simple. If they don't want ICE having to track people down the way they're doing right now, then honor the detainers. Just hold them in custody, and an ICE agent will come within 48 hours and pick them up. Meanwhile, the feds are going to limit Trump's ability to deport Kilmar Abrego Garcia. But the Maryland man will remain behind bars for at least a month. So the court is essentially saying, hey, even when he's released, you can't pick him up. I don't think they have the right to do that.
Yeah, this whole thing, this is problematic on two fronts. You have the Tennessee judge whose job is to make sure the person in front of her appears in court in the future. So she's supposed to look at risk of non-appearance and danger to the community. When somebody has a detainer, and I did this for 17 years, they always detain them. He had a detainer from ICE, so her job is to make sure he goes to her court. By releasing him when he has a detainer at ICE, she didn't do her job. So that's number one, which is interesting, which shows the politicization of this. Number two, the Maryland judge, I don't know what's going on there, because she's essentially saying not only can he be released, ICE can't not only deport him, but they have to keep him in the community. And the fun irony of this whole thing, remember the reason he was not deported to El Salvador a few years back, because he was ordered deported, was because they said El Salvador is too dangerous for him. Now they're saying we're going to keep you in Prince George's County, Maryland, which has a murder rate 6 to 7 times higher than El Salvador. So if it was ever about his safety, he's much safer in El Salvador. This whole thing is politicization. ICE or DOJ is going to appeal the Maryland judge. They should also consider reopening the deportation hearing, because circumstances have changed for the reason they couldn't deport him in the first place, and then deport him to El Salvador.
Jonathan, but it's deeper than that. We got to go to the original 2 judges. He has a deportation order against him. The only caveat was that he couldn't go back to his home country. So the fact that they're saying that he can't be deported now after a federal judge and appeals judge has already ruled that he can be, I mean, is the Supreme Court going to eventually step in and check these judges?
I think that's going to happen with this Maryland judge will be checked on this issue because she can't sit there and say where he can be deported or any of these other things. The Supreme Court already ruled they can deport to third parties. Right. And again, there's no reason he can't go back to El Salvador because it's perfectly safe there or safer than almost any other country in the world. So, yeah, these judges will be checked, I believe, and DOJ will appeal this.
Yeah, they can call him Maryland man all they want. That's not his home. El Salvador is his home.
Exactly.
And that's where he'll be eventually. Jonathan Fahey, thanks so much.
This Kilmer Abrego Garcia situation has been going on for a while now. Hopefully it gets resolved real fast. Coming to the United States legally. Okay?
Now, the Russia hoax was so much more than just a political smear campaign. Former CIA Director John Brennan and ex-FBI Director James Comey are reportedly now under active criminal investigation by the FBI for alleged misconduct tied to the Trump-Russia probe and much more. The investigation stemming from accusations that Brennan made false statements to Congress and pushed the inclusion of Hillary Clinton's bought and paid for, discredited, debunked, dirty Russian disinformation dossier, and of course Comey's role in using the Russia hoax and the dossier to obtain secret FISA warrants. He signed 3 of the 4 of them over a 9-month period of time and spy on Trump's campaign. Interestingly, Comey did say years later, knowing what I know now, I would not have signed it. But he knew then, or did he not? Comey even admitted back in 2019 that there was, quote, real sloppiness with the Bureau's effort to obtain these warrants, but has never, ever been held accountable. Here with reaction, author of the upcoming book, Color of Death. Oh, this sounds dark. And host of Sunday Night in America, the one and only Trey Gowdy is with us. Never lost a case as a prosecutor in his life. True or false, sir?
I can't remember. I've gotten old, Sean. I know I had great cops and great victims and good juries.
I don't think, but you didn't lose a case, did you? You can bring, I'm bragging for you. Back. You can be humble.
I'd have to think back. I had some really good cops, really good. Speaking of good cops, Kash Patel, this matter could not be in better hands. Although I think it's important, Sean, and you do this as well as anyone, keep people's expectations realistic. We do have statute of limitations issues here, but we also have to remember the only way to hold people accountable is not in court. You can hold them accountable through history and the court of public opinion. We should still have this concept called shame. So even if Kash and DOJ cannot find a prosecutable. Look, we know John Brennan lied to Congress because you're talking to the guy he lied to, but the statute has run. So we have to be more creative. We have to expand our definition of accountability to include the court of history and public opinion and shaming people who did not meet our expectations.
But, you know, it's interesting because our own Greg Jarrett believes that if it's all part of a grand conspiracy, that the statute of limitations legally may not apply. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, if he's talking about a 374 conspiracy, you can use the last incident to kind of trigger the statute of limitations, so it does buy you more time. President Obama, I think you can forget about because of the immunity ruling. So you got Clapper, you got Comey. Look, we were interviewing Comey, we took his deposition after Trump kicked him out of office. So you can go back and look at that deposition. There's certain ways to expand the statute, but I don't want your listeners, your viewers, you got millions of them, Sean, and you know that. You have for 2 decades. I want them to not feel let down if Kash and DOJ cannot get a prosecution.
I agree with
John
that.
Durham did not get one.
You don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. And I'm not even talking necessarily. I want the American people to know the truth, but I do want people held accountable. Otherwise, I think it can happen again. You referenced, and Jim Jordan earlier in the week referenced your interview, for example, with Brennan. Did you also interview Comey? And what did you find out in the interview?
That they were covering for themselves and that they had a preference on who won a presidential election. Pretty much the antithesis of what you would want in intelligence or law enforcement. And so, as you know, Sean, one of my closest friends in the world is the current CIA director. I can promise you, John Lee Ratcliffe would never, ever put his finger on a scale and try to tip an intelligence report to a president the way that Brennan did. I can promise you that Kash Patel is not going to be signing FISA applications that include the work product of the DNC or the RNC. So we got to have better people. You use the term deep state. What I'm happy about now, Sean, is it's not that deep anymore. We know exactly who they are.
Yeah. I hope you're right. I hope we get to the bottom of it. I hope the American people understand. If you want to talk about a threat to democracy, this is it. Or a threat to our democratic republic, or, we're looking at it right now. This is putting cinder blocks on the scales of election and trying to undermine a duly elected president. Trey Gowdy will be watching this weekend.
It is more anti-democratic than any, yes, sir, more anti-democratic than anything they've ever accused Republicans of doing. And a tip of the hat to you, Sean, you were covering it the right way back in real time when it was happening.
Facts.
3 years of my life covering this. And
Facts. Hannity has been saying the same thing for years now concerning the Russia
The left
hoax.
had their own youth event, and it involved pandas, and it felt really sad. Watch.
My name is Jess. I go by she, her, they, them pronouns, y'all. Right now we're in 2025, and obviously we know we're on the brink of climate catastrophe.
Our diversity is our strength.
What the fuck is up? Let's go! I can't see anything out of this mask. I'm gonna be real with y'all.
So do you own a panda suit, Charlie?
Well, I was thinking this morning I should have wore the panda hat.
Yeah.
And it would have.
That actually would have been funny.
I think we should have come out with kind of the,
All of
the
us.
panda suit. At the next Turning Point USA event, I'm just going to come out with the panda hat.
What's happening? Why is this like this?
I mean, this is the college campus culture on full display. Pronouns, can't be offended. I don't really quite understand the panda hat. I want to know who that guy is. Yeah. It might have been.
So, hanging around your events and one of the things that you quickly realize is that young people have like these amazingly attuned antenna for authenticity.
Yes.
Yes.
And you look at this and there's nothing authentic about it. And you go to one of your events and it's the most authentic thing there is.
Well, and also, you look at all the B-roll there from the Democrat event. Where's the patriotism? Where's the American flag? Where's the Americana?
What's it about?
I mean, again, you got David Hogg there, the American symbol of masculinity, giving some speech about how they're losing young men. It's fine. More power to them. I want them to keep on doing this. By the way, if you look at the picture, there was like 300 people. I mean, one of our breakout sessions was that size just a couple weeks ago. But it goes to show Democrats are losing young people in major numbers.
You bring up such a great point about patriotism. I remember touring a school recently, not recently, but a few years ago, trying to find the right school for my kid. And I went to a public school, and they had this tiny American flag in front of the principal's office. And then they had this giant LGBTQ rainbow flag. And I thought, forget the politics behind gay, straight, whatever. You can't unite people around that flag. You can unite people around the American flag, which is, I think, what you've done. It's not just young people that they're losing. The entire party seems to be having an identity crisis. Here are some poll numbers that I think you'll find interesting, Charlie. Here's the opinion of the Democrat Party now versus in 2019. 10-point
so they're underwater
in favorability. Now. They're underwater.
By 15 points. Whereas, and of course, they're at a 35-year low. In terms of popularity, and they've completely lost their way. They're leaderless. And as you point out, they're not even gathered around any particular issues.
The only issue that they are gathered around, and this is why President Trump is in charge of the policy agenda of the Democrat Party, is just the opposite of what Trump has done. So, I mean, their entire policy agendas is we're going to be against everything that this administration is doing, regardless of how popular it is. I mean, no tax on tips, which I know that we're going to be discussing and covering, no tax on overtime. Not only that, but the largest middle-class tax cut in history, border funding. And so the Democrat Party is at a record unfavorable rating, largely because they have become a party of liberal abstractions and coastal elite ideologies where President Donald Trump is communicating to the muscular class and the everyday American.
So let's talk about men in particular. You saw David Hogg there, which, you know, love him or hate him, he has been trying to raise the flag here for the Democrat Party, saying, hey, we're losing men. It's a bad deal for us. So here is a brand new poll that's revealing that Gen Z men, of course, have been trending right. We've been seeing this for a while. They're also trending towards religion and more traditionalism, all kinds of stuff. Look at what do these numbers tell you, Charlie?
Well, this tells me that there's finally a pushback and a rebellion against everything that has happened culturally the last 5 years. I mean, you think of, you know, we had the lockdowns, but the other part of the kind of COVID mess was all the wokeism that was just force-fed to our nation's youth. You could see a big split amongst Generation Z, and I think this is a very important point. It's Gen Z that was during their formative years, during the lockdowns and not during the lockdowns. And Rachel, I know you can agree with this. The young men especially that were locked down, there's nothing less masculine than saying you have to sit at home all day and not be able to leave your house and you have to just stare at a screen. They started searching for other voices like Joe Rogan or Theo Vaughn or our podcast. And they said, no, I don't want to just sit around all day. I want to do something.
It wasn't just the lockdown. I had a son who was in his freshman year during right when the COVID hit. So, like, he missed his, you know, the graduation was weird, right? It was outdoors and everyone was masked outdoors. It was crazy. And then they didn't have a prom. And then he gets to school and it's at UW-Madison and they're like, you know, being narked on by all these people. She wasn't wearing a mask and he was getting reported on for, you know, standing too close to people. And like, it was just like so, it was just so authoritarian. It wasn't just like the feds. It was like they sort of also got, it was very communist. Like everyone's telling on each other and reporting each other.
And I actually just wrote about this for FoxNews.com. It's out actually just a couple minutes ago. It says Republicans must seize the Gen Z moment or risk losing an entire generation. This really is a moment where Gen Z is moving so dramatically in this direction that has not yet been made permanent yet. And I want to make sure that this is clear, is that this movement is so far a temporary one. But if we can make this permanent, the Democrat Party will be deprived of now their decades-old base.
How do you make it permanent?
Well, we have to deliver for them economically. You know, I've been talking about this a lot over the last year and a half, which is President Donald Trump inherited a disordered economy for young Americans from whether it be home ownership or how expensive things are. And so right now we need to build more homes. We, of course, need to fulfill the immigration agenda.
Can you explain what that means? Because that's also about private equity firms buying up homes instead of them being available. 1 out of 4 of all home purchases in the last year were out of these firms like BlackRock that come in, and they are actually bidding out first-time home buyers and younger Americans that want to be able to have their slice of the American dream. And young people know about this. They know about it and they talk about it. In fact, when I do my campus tours, time after time they say, Charlie, when are we going to stop BlackRock from being able to come in and purchase homes in our communities? You know, I'm from Arizona. I think it's wrong that a first-time home buyer in Chandler or Mesa or Gilbert that's just scrapping together enough money that they can has to compete against a $10 trillion private equity fund. And so I think these are some prudent decisions that we can make. We need to increase the supply. President Trump is exactly right about lowering interest rates. That's going to unleash a lot of capital and have a higher incentive to build homes.
So the silver lining to it, of course, is that these young people do not trust the government to solve their problems.
That's right.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley.
All right. There's been a new discovery.
The DHS finding more than 13
at the border for sure. Of course, we know this. We've always known this, but I got to show you guys this right here.
1,000 unaccompanied migrant children that were placed with unvetted sponsors throughout the U.S. This comes 1 week after a witness in a House Homeland Security hearing described just how little help those children received under Joe Biden.
There was also a notice of concern hotline where people could report concerns about the unaccompanied child's safety. But what this administration found was from August 2023 to January of 2025, 65,000 calls went unanswered.
That witness is Allie Hopper, founder of Guard Against Trafficking, and she joins us now. When I saw this, I wasn't surprised, but I was enraged, Allie. How could they not answer calls from children they gave the number to in case you're exploited? And they called and said, I'm being sexually exploited, and no one answered their messages.
Rachel, you're exactly correct. This hotline was set up as one of the many safeguards that were put in place. And unfortunately, when the policy on paper, when these safeguards are put in place on paper only, but they're not intended to be followed up on or function properly, this is what happens. And what's more horrifying is that these calls wouldn't have been even responded to. Like the call that I mentioned in my testimony, where a child called saying that grown men were coming into his room at night and they were touching him. This administration went through every single one of those calls, and that child was rescued and that sponsor was arrested. But if we hadn't had this administration take over and try to undo what the past administration did, those calls would have remained unanswered.
Well, God bless everyone who's going through that list of calls, those unanswered calls, and trying to do something about it. It seems like it was easier to adopt an animal from a shelter than it was to become a sponsor.
Yeah, yep, that's what we heard. And, you know, it's not a smile, it's a wince at the process, the entire process. When you have to adopt a dog, there are identity verification requirements, there's income verification requirements, and there were no meaningful background checks when you have to take in and apply for a sponsored child. There were no facial matches to the identifications that were sent into our agencies to sponsor a child.
Right.
So when you have agents saying that they've seen better jobs on Photoshop than the database of identities for sponsorship applications, that's horrifying.
Yeah, well, Allie, the Democrats fought DNA testing, which would have been an absolutely great way of finding out whether the sponsors were related or not. We know that they left children with MS-13 members. That one child was murdered by the MS-13 with tattoos, sponsors. It goes on and on. Thank you for being a whistleblower. God bless you. And thank you to everyone out there in our government and in your group who are trying to rescue those who remain really in slavery and in captivity.
When it involves kids, it's just really very, very unjust and emotional for a lot of people, because children are supposed to be the innocent ones amongst us. But then there's people who try to do stupid stuff. All right, Tulsi Gabbard.
How do you think that the Supreme Court's ruling that benefited you on presidential immunity would apply to former President Barack Obama and what you're accusing him of doing?
It probably helps him a lot. He's done criminal acts, there's no question about it. But he has immunity, and it probably helped him a lot.
Trade agreement you're looking to sign too.
He owes me big.
President Trump saying former President Obama could benefit from Trump's own fight for presidential immunity. Now that Obama is tied to that explosive DNI report that details his administration's involvement in the Russia election hoax.
Here now is the report's author, Director of National Security, Tulsi Gabbard. Welcome to the show, Director.
Good morning.
Good morning. So let's talk about the reactions that you have had to this report coming out. And also, you've mentioned obstacles that you've had in actually putting and compiling this report.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. Thanks for continuing to bring this story to the forefront because of the magnitude of the implications of it. It's been interesting to see how the mainstream media has either refused to cover this story at all. The headlines or the lack thereof of newspapers, Washington Post, New York Times, and others in the days following this release have actually been quite deafening in their lack of coverage. And it's interesting to see how when they do cover this, they don't actually cover the revelations that these intelligence reports and the evidence that we released actually conveys to the American people. They simply talk about their criticisms of it or convey Democrat politicians' criticisms of it, but none of them actually dealing with the truth that has been revealed. And to me, there's two reasons for that. Number one is they don't want the American people to know the truth, but also they recognize the mainstream media's complicity in this, that they were fed early lines from this manufactured false intelligence assessment that President Obama ordered, that John Brennan and James Clapper created without any vetting, without any actual journalistic integrity of looking at what they were being fed. They received it and they printed it almost immediately. And then they went on to double down and triple down on this over the next several years. I look back at, the Iraq WMD, manufactured false intelligence to support an action to go to war in another country. And I went back and looked at the mainstream media's complicity in that, and how many did they ever admit that they were wrong, that they failed as journalists? Really, they didn't. They gave, a couple of them gave some lame excuses, but there's a lot of parallels here for us to take a step back and look at, again, the magnitude of what has been revealed and why it's important to every American, not just Democrats or Republicans, but it really has to do with the foundational principles of our democratic republic and the integrity of that. That is the thing that I think a lot of the mainstream media folks, again, have refused to cover at all, or are failing to focus on.
It's such an important point. Also, former President Obama's office responded to the documents that you've released, calling the bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction. What is your response to the former president?
They're doing the exact same thing that people like Senator Warner are doing. He was the head of the Intelligence Committee at the time. They would have to admit and actually address the details of their complicity in this, or their absolute failure in conducting the most basic responsibilities of, again, asking, where is this intelligence coming from? What are the sources? What proof do you have of these of this high confidence assessment? Remember, John Brennan and James Clapper at the time assessed, and James Comey, with high confidence that Russia aspired to help Donald Trump win the election in 2016, when there was no credible intelligence that actually reported that. So President Obama's very carefully worded response that came from his office, again, deflects away from addressing any of the truth that was revealed. Senator Warner refuses to speak the truth about how one of our whistleblowers came forward and approached his office numerous times about what had actually occurred, how he wouldn't go along with this fake intelligence manufactured report, was sidelined because of it. And guess what? Senator Warner's office wouldn't even give the whistleblower an email address to send his evidence of this, the treasonous conspiracy that we have now released to the American people. So the complicity, the deflection, and the silence of politicians, of the mainstream media, and of those directly implicated into this speaks volumes.
Director Gabbard, thank you for your clarity, your moral clarity on this, and for your courage to come out with this super quick. Can you comment also on the other parts of the intel networks that they might have been abusing against President Trump? Because I believe this is just the start, not the end, of how they abused the intel agencies against the American people. Where else are you looking? And we're only 6 months into this term. I can't imagine what else you might discover.
When you look, Charlie, at everything that happened in the months leading up to the November 2016 election, what occurred in the years after with multiple investigations from Mueller and others, there are a lot of questions that remain unanswered. We are continuing in our core mission, our pursuit of the truth and bringing transparency and accountability. So we're looking forward to continuing down this path.
Deanna Gabbard, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you.
Tulsi Gabbard definitely saved the day, in my opinion, with her declassification of the information that she gave, and really saved Pam Bundy. She really saved Pam Bundy, because everybody was like, what's up with Pam Bundy? Everybody was saying, Attorney General Pam Bundy, what's up? And then, out of nowhere, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, comes out with information that the American people have been asking for. So we got to give a shout out to Tulsi Gabbard. Shout out to Tulsi Gabbard, man. All right, here we go. AOC is in some situation. Check
Now,
it out.
one district that is actually seeing the effects of crazy liberals is AOC's district, and it's not doing well. And she herself is not doing well these days, you guys, because she is now under investigation for the Met Gala fiasco, where she wrote, what was it, eat the rich or tax the rich on her dress.
Same thing.
Yeah, eat the rich, tax the rich. Well, it turns out that she didn't pay for that dress, and there's all kinds of rules around how you use tickets. So her fiance got a free ticket. It's a $35,000 ticket, by the way, to go to the Met Gala. She went thinking she could, tax the rich dress and she'd erase all these problems. But now the investigation from Congress is saying you better pay up.
Yeah, it's truly extraordinary, and it's a nice, sweet little justice there for somebody who wants to attack the rich and then hang out with the rich. Look, at the same time.
AOC, she's a Neiman Marxist.
Yes, that's true.
She likes to wear the Gucci, the Louis Vuitton while being amongst the working class. And isn't that the champagne socialist types? It's exactly what the Democrat Party is made out of. And honestly, that is one of the reasons why their coalition has fallen apart. They see inherent contradiction between the stated principles and the life that they live. That's why Donald Trump was so awesome. He never apologized for coming in on his plane. No. He wore the red tie all the time. It's like, who wants a ride on my helicopter at the Iowa State Fair? It was unapologetic Americanism versus the inauthenticity of the Democrat
Here's the
Party.
other part. Donald Trump is known for tipping out people.
Huge.
AOC didn't just break the congressional rules. She stiffed the makeup artist.
No good.
So over $400 for the makeup artist, and the makeup artist had to basically threaten to sue her and take her to, small claims courts before she paid it back. Imagine this champion of the people not paying a makeup artist who traveled out to do her hair and makeup for this, deluxe event. We talked about this in the makeup room. The makeup artists and the hairstylists were outraged. This is really, really egregious stuff.
We think of socialism, rightly so, as being dark, drab, lifeless, and it is. But for 100 years, every socialist system, under communism, you always have the glitterati. You always have people who are in power who make massive, massive amounts of money, and all of the wealth goes to those people. And so it's not a defect in our system. It is actually a part of communism or socialism.
It's a feature of Marxism. That's right.
It's a feature of it. Yeah. She's the Eva Peron of the Bronx. Or where's she actually from? Westchester? I think it's Westchester.
Sandy.
Man, why would you pay $35,000 to get tickets to go to Met Gala, and then you can't pay your makeup artist? What is that? You can afford $35,000 to go to Met Gala, but then you cannot afford to pay a working person, a makeup artist, to make you look glamorous. Come on, y'all. Priorities, okay? Priorities. All right, here we go. Alcatraz.
The governor of Florida telling illegal immigrants to fasten their seatbelts for takeoff. Ron DeSantis saying deportation flights from Alligator Alcatraz have officially kicked off, and he's warning traffic on that tarmac about to get a whole lot busier. Welcome to another hour of Fox News Live. I'm Bill Malugin. We thank you for joining us. We begin with Madison Scarpino on how Florida officials say Alligator Alcatraz has already taken a bite out of illegal immigration. Madison, good morning to you.
Good morning, Bill. The goal of Alligator Alcatraz has always been to ramp up deportations, and that's exactly what it's doing. Governor DeSantis says 100 illegal immigrants there have already been flown off to other countries, and hundreds more have left the facility, flown to other U.S. immigration detention hubs, and will soon be deported as well. The illegal immigration detention center is on a 30-mile property in the marshy Florida Everglades. It's on a former training base and already has an airstrip, making deportations very convenient.
One of the reasons why this was a sensible spot is because you have this runway that's right here. You don't have to drive them an hour to an airport. You go a couple thousand feet and they can be on a plane and out of here.
Yesterday, Governor DeSantis says Alligator Alcatraz can hold up to 2,000 detainees, but they plan to eventually double the capacity. DeSantis is also pushing back on claims of inhumane conditions at the facility. Earlier this month, a group of Democrat Florida lawmakers took a tour of Alligator Alcatraz. They're calling the conditions appalling, disgusting, and disturbing.
Clean cage is still a cage. That's right. And they couldn't even keep this clean.
This place needs to be shut the hell down.
Yep.
It needs to be shut down.
But DeSantis says this outrage from Democrat lawmakers is just a political stunt.
I'm just thinking to myself, I've never seen one of you show up to comfort an angel mom who's lost a child because of illegal alien crime. I've never seen you raise any concern about the victims of illegal immigration.
The facility is going to cost about $450 million a year, and it's FEMA who is going to reimburse Florida for those funds. Bill?
Yep, and the Trump administration has said they're looking at other states who might want to do something just like Alligator Alcatraz, so we'll see where that goes. Madison Scarpino, appreciate that report. Good to see you. So a big sanctuary city showdown is brewing in the Big Apple. The Justice Department is suing the city of New York over its sanctuary policies, claiming they obstruct federal immigration law and allow dangerous criminals to roam the streets and commit crimes like we saw last Saturday when an off-duty CBP officer was shot. 2 illegal migrants have been charged in that violent attack. For more now on the potential impact of this lawsuit across the country, we're going to bring in former acting deputy chief of staff at DHS, Laura Reese. Laura, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us today.
Good morning. Thanks, Bill.
So both of the suspects who are charged in the shooting and attempted robbery of that CBP officer have been arrested multiple times in New York City, and both of them had multiple ICE detainers ignored due to sanctuary policy. We continue to see this happen over and over and over again. I assume you're happy to see this lawsuit.
Definitely, and we need to see more of it with other sanctuary jurisdictions. This was yet another preventable crime because there were so many opportunities to keep these aliens out of the U.S., to deport them, and at the very least to keep them off the streets. We have been suffering since the Biden administration from the perfect storm of open borders under the Biden administration, sanctuary policies, but also rogue prosecutors and judges that just keep releasing criminals back onto the street.
And the Trump administration not just suing New York City, they also sued the city of Los Angeles out here for its sanctuary status. And kind of the basis behind these lawsuits is the Trump administration is citing the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution, saying these sanctuary policies are violating the supremacy clause, which essentially says federal government supersedes everything the state does, federal law supersedes state law, and that these sanctuary jurisdictions are treating federal law enforcement different than they do state and local law enforcement with these sanctuary policies refusing to cooperate. Do you think going down that road legally is the right way to play this?
It is a good angle because immigration law is federal and it does preempt state and local law, particularly where state and local laws contradict federal law. State and locals can have their own laws, but they need to be consistent with federal laws. And so often these sanctuary leaders say, well, we're not going to have our law enforcement do immigration. That's a federal job. And yet when the feds try to do their job and enforce the law, then these same leaders turn around and obstruct and don't cooperate and interfere with the enforcement of those federal laws. So I believe this is a winning legal argument.
Yeah, and those court hearings are going to be months away, so we'll keep an eye on those. As the Trump administration is suing New York, New York's also one of 20 Democratic-run states suing the Trump administration to restore taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens. D.C. is now joining that lawsuit. Laura, we were told that illegal immigrants don't get any taxpayer benefits, I thought.
Yeah, this is another example of the multi-phases of Democrat denial. First, they say it's not happening. Then they say, well, it just happens, but it's infrequent. Then they say, well, it's a good thing that it's happening. And then finally, they demand that you implement what they denied was happening. So these leaders who are suing the administration are ignoring their American constituents who voted against having their taxpayer dollars go to illegal aliens. Americans need to be prioritized. American tax dollars need to go to Americans. And so these lawsuits are egregious, and we really need to start putting Americans first.
And for the viewers at home who may not be aware, what are some of the taxpayer-funded services that illegal immigrants get in some of these sanctuary jurisdictions?
Well, they were receiving different types of welfare, whether that was Medicaid, SNAP. It goes to all sorts of daily activities, public education, healthcare, housing, you name it. We can't survive sustainably these economic costs when we have so many millions of people here living illegally. We need to keep American tax dollars going to Americans.
Yeah, and here in California, the state had, I think, more than a $6 billion cost overrun providing health insurance for illegal immigrants, free health insurance. Another topic, a second federal court has now blocked President Trump's birthright citizenship order. It kind of gets lost in the weeds. It feels like there's a different, federal court ruling every single day. At this point, what happens right now with this Trump executive order trying to ban birthright citizenship?
Well, the merits question versus the nationwide injunction question, which already went to the Supreme Court. Now the merits question will go to the Supreme Court. And frankly, Trump's executive order was scoped on safe ground. He says to receive U.S. citizenship, you must have a parent who's either a lawful permanent resident or a U.S. citizen. That is consistent with the limited case law that we have, consistent with the limited legislative and congressional history that we have. And it's also consistent with the majority of the rest of the world. And it is common sense. This amendment, the 14th Amendment, was written right after the Civil War. Clearly, the members of Congress did not contemplate illegal aliens coming to the U.S. and having children here conferred with U.S. citizenship. And so we need to follow the law and use common sense. And require that U.S. citizen parents or lawful permanent residents are the only ones who can have U.S. citizen children born here.
Yeah, and the president has said he feels that birthright citizenship is one of the biggest incentives for illegal immigration into the U.S. We've heard him use that term, anchor babies, the idea that you cross that river, you have a child here, instant U.S. citizenship, and then you begin chain migration with other family members. 30 seconds, final word to you before we go.
Right. Not only is it clearly a draw, an entire industry, a birth tourism industry has developed over this very issue where pregnant women will time coming to the U.S. to give birth here because they know the wrong interpretation the past many decades has been that that child is then conferred U.S. citizenship. It is a glaring exploitation of our Constitution and our very generous immigration system, and we need to bring sanity back to our immigration system so it's lawful and orderly and manageable.
Yeah, and it's one of the biggest complaints I heard from Border Patrol agents during the years I was covering the border the last few years. Laura Reese, great to see you. Thanks for coming on.
And that's the thing. The president is not trying to deport legal migrants or green card holders, permanent residents, or, citizens. He's talking about illegal migrants. All right. Everybody has to get that straight. Everybody's like, oh, he's deporting people. No, he's deporting illegal
Director of
criminal
National Intelligence,
migrants.
Tulsi Gabbard, announcing this week that she referred the declassified documents relating to the Russia collusion investigation to the DOJ, now leaving any potential criminal charges in the hands of Attorney General Pam Bondi. For more, we're joined by former federal prosecutor and former Trump attorney Jim Trusty. Jim, this is really quite an interesting development. I was at the White House this week when all of a sudden Tulsi shows up in the White House briefing room. Here's a little bit of some of what she had to say. Listen here.
There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false. They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win.
Then Pam Bondi announcing that there's this strike force team digging into all of this. What do you make of it?
Well, look, I think it's an important investigation for history, if nothing else. I'm not convinced that it's going to be particularly easy for anyone, special counsel or not, to come up with criminal charges, because most of the conduct occurred in like 2015, 16, early 17. You might have a little bit of a stray false statement afterwards, but there's a significant statute of limitations problem. The federal statute for non-capital cases is generally 5 years. And so that's a starting point that's very uphill here. Then you add in the idea of presidential immunity that Obama would have enjoyed. And that's an iffy question. The Supreme Court kind of created the guidelines, but we don't know how that would play out. Is it something where you look at it and say the president was just ordering an intelligence review, which sounds like an official act? Or could you, and I think Gabbard makes the case, frame it more like this is a president intent on using false information to hobble his successor? That doesn't sound like something that might be immunized. So lots of thorny questions. I think the big benefit of a special counsel, believe it or not, and I know the president's probably allergic to this notion in general, is that you end up with a report. And, most prosecutions, if they don't go to court, you're not seeing their underlying information. I think for history, it would be important to see all of the information that can be gathered by a special counsel in an investigation.
So that's really interesting, Jim, and we can show our viewers. So the special counsel notion came about from Senator John Cornyn and Lindsey Graham. They tweeted this week, "For the good of the country, we urge Attorney General Bondi to appoint a special counsel to investigate the extent to which former President Obama, his staff, and administration officials manipulated the U.S. national security apparatus for a political outcome." So you're with them. You agree that there would be something to gain.
Yeah, but probably for different reasons. I mean, I think their view is that special counsel gives some distance from politics. The reality is Jack Smith, if you go back to what we lived with for a few years, Jack Smith was answering to the attorney general. It's a very different statute than independent counsel. So it's a bit of an illusion to pretend that special counsel aren't part of DOJ. Maybe these senators think there's some plausible political distance there, but I view it as a case where it's going to be very unlikely that criminal charges can be filed, but it would be very helpful for all of us to know just how outrageous the conduct might have been by the president, by Comey, by Brennan, Clapper, people that were in positions that they really should have done a much better job for the country than that kind of dirty trick.
Well, there's certainly a lot of interest in this. And to your point, President Trump was actually admitting that former President Obama has immunity on his side in the departure before he left for Scotland yesterday. Let me turn quickly to another topic, and that is of Alina Habba. She was nominated for U.S. Attorney in New Jersey. The 120 days on that ran out. She ran into roadblocks, and she's tweeting out now that as acting New Jersey U.S. Attorney, that she's not backing down. You can see President Trump, Pam Bondi's Attorney General. I am now the acting U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey. Where do you see this going?
court, unfortunately. I mean, look, it's a crazy kind of three-dimensional chess battle where the president had her as an interim, appoints her for the full-term position, has to withdraw that to let her be the acting, which gives her about 210 days. So at the very least, in about 200 days, all hell's going to break loose. But the bottom line behind it that I think is troublesome is the New Jersey senators are, Booker and Kim, are using their blue slip power, which is essentially a home state veto where they can tell the Judiciary Committee, let's not even have a hearing on the full-term position. And that's kind of the rub that's created this issue of how long she can be in there and what the title is. The problem I see is that the senators don't seem to be phrasing it in terms of some sort of issue of her skills or her competence or her level of prosecutorial aggression. It seems to be based on the fact that she's willing to prosecute a New Jersey congresswoman who was involved in kind of assaultive behavior, apparently, at one of these detention center protests.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
Well,
and you know, the film doesn't make it look like a bad faith prosecution, but that seems to be the focal point for the Democrats in New Jersey, and I think that's a shame. That should never be the criteria when you've got a good faith prosecution that she's willing to pursue.
we got to leave it there. Jim Trusty, thank you for
Alina Habba, definitely. She is fierce. Definitely fierce. If you've seen her litigate, you would know she's definitely fierce. I don't know. The blue state that come, they're gonna have to get ready because she's not gonna back down. All right, here we go.
Welcome back. Republican Senators Lindsey Graham and John Cornyn are both calling on the Justice Department to name a special counsel to look into those newly declassified documents on former President Obama's 2016 Russia briefings. This all coming as the DOJ forms a so-called strike force to review the latest intelligence. So the question now, where is this investigation heading? Former Justice Department official Hans von Spakovsky joins me now to talk all about it. Hans, great to see you. Thanks for coming on.
Sure thing.
In your opinion, would a special counsel be appropriate here?
Well, I don't think it's really needed. You know, they're forming a strike force. What that means is they're going to pull in experienced lawyers from the different divisions that have experience in this. So I would assume that would include both the National Security Division, the Criminal Division, and agents from the FBI. And I don't think they need a separate special counsel to do that. That kind of a strike force can get to the bottom of what happened.
So far with what DNI Tulsi Gabbard has disclosed, it seems like there's a decent amount of smoke, right? Have you seen any fire yet, in your opinion?
Well, the biggest problem for the former president and Comey, Brennan, Rice is there's evidence of falsification of intelligence reports. That's a potential violation of federal law. In fact, it's a potential violation of one of the laws that former Special Counsel Jack Smith tried to use against Donald Trump. The biggest problem the strike force is going to have, I don't think, is evidence of wrongdoing. The biggest problem they're going to have is the statute of limitations. That's usually 5 years for most federal criminal statutes. To stretch that out, they would have to show that the conspirators here hid what they did, therefore the statute didn't start running, or it was a continuous conspiracy that ran on for years after 2016 and 2017. Those are tough standards to meet.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're confident that this strike force is going to be able to gather evidence, get documents, find out what really happened here, but it's going to be a pretty uphill climb in order to have any potential prosecutions here?
Yeah, that's it exactly. And President Trump was correct about the possibility of actually prosecuting Barack Obama is pretty slim because, as you know, last year the Supreme Court in U.S. v. Trump said that presidents are immune from criminal prosecution if they were acting within the scope of their constitutional authority. Again, if you wanted to prosecute Obama, you'd have to convince a judge that he was acting outside the scope of his presidential duties. And I think you have a hard time finding a judge who wants to second guess a president.
Yeah, and President Trump says President Obama actually owes him because of that Supreme Court ruling. Take a listen to this. We'll get your thoughts on the other side.
how do you think that the Supreme Court's ruling that benefited you on presidential immunity would apply to former President Barack Obama and what you're accusing him of doing?
It probably helps him a lot. Probably helps him a lot, the immunity ruling. But it doesn't help the people around him at all. But it probably helps him a lot. He's done criminal acts, there's no question about it. But he has immunity. Obama owes me big.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, the president's exactly right about that. Presidential immunity probably applies to President Obama, but again, Trump was also correct. It does not apply to the other folks who were involved in this, James Clapper, Susan Rice, Comey, the head of the FBI. All of them are potentially liable for under criminal prosecution and under criminal statutes governing, frankly, the misbehavior that they engaged in.
All right, got to leave it there. We will see where this investigation goes. Hans, great to see you. Thanks for coming on today.
Sure, thanks for having me.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page. This is the only way that I know for sure that you're not going to miss any great commentary, any great news bites, any great interviews coming your way on Fox. You can get it all here.
All right. Thank you for tuning in to the live show. Here we go. Anti-ICE protest keeps on going on across the nation. Of course, when it comes to the Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump, they always have issues
on
with
immigration officers. 2 illegal immigrants were charged this week with shooting a border agent in New York City. Another was charged for allegedly attacking officers with scissors. And one man in California was arrested for throwing rocks at agents. Now, ICE is expanding its use of GPS-enabled ankle monitors to track those facing deportations. For more on all of this, we're going to bring in CBP Senior Advisor Ron Vitello. Ron, great to see you. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for inviting me.
So it's kind of hard to keep up with all the headlines with everything going on these days, but it seems like every week we have some politician referring to ICE as Nazi or Gestapo, terrorists, kidnappers. Assaults on agents now up more than 800%. We've seen rocks thrown at agents. We've seen agents shot at out here in California a couple weeks ago. Ron, ICE agents have been texting me feeling like if the temperature doesn't cool down soon, they're worried somebody's going to get killed. Do you share that concern?
We are very concerned. The front line and their families don't need this kind of stress. After all, what they're doing is the mandate of the voter who elected Donald Trump, who put Kristi Noem in charge of the Department of Homeland Security to secure the border, which CBP has done in dramatic ways, and initiate the largest deportation effort that we've ever seen in the United States. They are doing their jobs. They are enforcing laws that are on the books, and those laws have been on the books for decades. It's now time to correct the chaos of the past in the Biden administration and protect America by cleaning the streets, making America safe again, and keeping that border locked down.
And when we talk about, interference with these federal agents, I'm sure you saw the story out here in Southern California yesterday. There were 2 medical workers who were arrested by federal agents. There was a viral video out here from earlier this month where you can see it right here, these medical workers were physically blocking and impeding ICE from arresting a Honduran illegal immigrant who ran into their surgery center in an effort to get away from ICE. He wasn't a patient there. Well, now they've both been charged with 18 U.S.C. 111, impeding a federal agent. They're both arrested. They're both in custody, and they're both looking at potentially up to 8 years in federal prison if convicted. Is this the kind of message that you think the U.S. attorney out here should be sending, that, hey, if you interfere with our agents, there's going to be some serious consequences?
100%. We are grateful of the Department of Justice leaning in on arresting the individuals that attacked our CBP officer in New York. And in this case, these people impeding these agents from doing their job. The individual that they were trying to arrest ran into that hospital, endangering everybody that was on that site. Our officers, the ICE officers, went in there to make it a lawful arrest. And these folks got in his way, and now they're being charged federally for impeding federal officers. And that consequence needs to be enacted across the board. Politicians need to tone down the rhetoric. The propaganda in the press must end, and we should stop pretending that immigration laws on the books are not to be enforced because they are on the books, and it makes us all safe. And the people that get in the way are going to pay the consequences. And those consequences are important about what happens when people continue to try to invade or people that get in the way of lawful activity by federal law enforcement officers.
And Ron, the so-called Maryland man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, back in the headlines this week. He's facing those human trafficking charges in the state of Tennessee. A federal judge there said he can be released on bail, but then you had a separate federal judge in the state of Maryland saying, okay, well, once he's released on bail, ICE, you're not allowed to arrest him. She is blocking the Trump administration from arresting him once he makes bail. In your opinion, what authority does she have to do that? This is a federal judge in Maryland telling ICE in Tennessee you cannot make an immigration arrest of an illegal immigrant. Your thoughts on that?
That's activism at the highest order. Someone that wears a robe but actually should be a community organizer and not somebody that's on the bench. That is extra constitutional. There are three branches in government. Her job is to rule on the law and the facts that are in trials. She cannot tell the executive branch, ICE Frontline, or the president himself, by extension, who he cannot let in the country or arrest who's in the country illegally. There's thousands of officers who do criminal alien arrests all over the country. I did it when I was young in my career. The judge has no bearing on this. If they want to bail somebody out who's in the country illegally, we took those folks into custody. That's what should happen in this case. And I hope quickly this gets reviewed by a higher court, including the Supreme Court, because this judge is way off the rails.
And Ron, got about 30 seconds left here. I do want to ask you about your CBP officer who was off duty, who was shot in his face the other day by that illegal immigrant in New York City. We've heard he's recovering. Final word to you. How is he doing right now?
He's on the mend. We're prayerful for a full and complete recovery so he can come back to work. And when I mean work, a career in CBP, careers.cbp.gov. We need help to sustain what we're doing in the interior and on the border. So I want people to visit careers.cbp.gov. Help us out to be able to sustain the vision that we have to make America safe again.
Yeah, and again, and both of those illegal immigrants involved in that attempted robbery and shooting of that agent caught and released at the border by the Biden administration.
Isn't this just wild that there's the illegal migrants that are doing wild stuff to border patrols? Why? And you see Democrats, or not every Democrat, but most Democrats, is like, let them be, we need immigrants. Yes, the United States needs immigrants, but we want legal immigrants, okay? And I'll tell you this, legal immigrants do not want illegal immigrants. It's just how it is. All right, Don Bongino, ready
President
for work.
Trump is in Scotland today as he celebrates the opening of his new golf course. He is also expected to meet with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer on this trip to talk trade and possibly weigh in further on the war in Gaza after telling Israel yesterday to, quote, finish the job. Former U.S. Ambassador to NATO Kurt Volker is here to discuss. But first, we go to Lucas Tomlinson at the White House with the latest. Lucas.
Well, good afternoon, John. President Trump enjoying some links golf at his club in Turnberry, Trump Turnberry in Scotland, ahead of his meeting with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, where no doubt trade will be on the agenda, although, of course, that was one of the president's most successful trade deals to date, that 10% tariff on the United Kingdom. The president also be discussing the war in Gaza after the prime minister had some words. Here was President Trump before leaving the White House for Scotland.
It was too bad. Hamas didn't really want to make a deal. I think they want to die, and it's very, very bad.
Are you done with
and it got to be to a point where you're going to have to finish the job.
And then earlier today, Britain's prime minister saying on X, quote, Israel must allow aid in overland to end the starvation unfolding in Gaza. The situation is desperate. We are working with Jordan to get aid into Gaza. We are urgently accelerating efforts to evacuate children who need critical medical assistance to the UK for treatment. I am determined to find a pathway to peace. Now, former Trump Secretary of State and CIA Director Mike Pompeo had a different take. Here's his response to the Britain's prime minister.
Prime Minister Starmer's statement is just fundamentally fraudulent. The Israelis, who are fighting an enemy that's trying to kill them, is providing food to the Gazan people in wartime. As a matter of historical fact, right, to feed your adversary and their civilians while you're still at war with them, that's really quite something.
Now, earlier today, President Trump's deputy FBI director, Dan Bongino, posted something cryptic on X saying, "I'll never be the same after learning what I've learned. We are going to conduct these righteous and proper investigations by the book and in accordance with the law. We are going to get the answers we all deserve with any investigation. I cannot predict where it will land, but I can promise you an honest and dignified effort at truth, not my truth or your truth, but the truth." Perhaps he's talking about some investigations there into the Epstein case, or perhaps Tulsi Gabbard's investigation, John. And also, this comes ahead of President Trump's meeting with the EU president tomorrow. No doubt trade on the discussions ahead of that August 1 deadline. The 27-nation European Union wants to make a deal ahead of that August 1 deadline, try to reduce those tariffs, and probably likely on the schedule, more golf for President Trump. Of course, a little too early to shoot grouse and pheasant there in Scotland.
Yeah, but you can always hit birdies with a golf club. Look,
Trump always plays his golf, man. I don't care what's going on. He will play. And, you know, I guess that's his form of exercising. All right, here we go. Kamala Harris back on track.
All right, welcome back. So you might have seen this yesterday. Kamala Harris back in the spotlight, at least for a little bit, delivering a 2-minute pre-recorded message at a youth voter summit. Madeline Rivera is joining us live with more on this. Hi, Madeline.
Hey, Bill. Former Vice President Kamala Harris encouraged young voters to stay in the fight without giving too much indication about her own future plans in politics. Here's part of her speech at the Voters of Tomorrow Summit.
So keep building your political power. Keep building community. Keep building coalitions. Keep challenging the status quo. And born out of our love for our country, keep fighting to build a country and a nation that works for everyone. And I look forward to continuing in the fight alongside you.
So there are many questions over whether Harris will run for a California governor or whether she'll run for president again in 2028. She's reportedly expected to make a decision by the end of the summer. A lot of Democrats are excited to see her back in the spotlight, but the party overall is facing headwinds. A recent Fox News poll shows by a 10-point margin, more voters think Republicans have a clear plan to deal with the country's problems than Democrats. This does not even get to the cash crunch that the Democratic National Committee is facing. New fundraising data shows the DNC has $15 million cash on hand compared to the RNC's $80 million. But former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who also spoke at yesterday's event, believes they have time to rebuild before the midterms.
When we won in 06, we won in 05. We had our preparation ready a year in advance. When we won in 18, we had our plan and our preparation in 17. We are going to win next year because we are going to be ready this year. In just a few months.
Meantime, former DNC Vice Chair David Hogg, who also spoke yesterday, is repeating his calls to primary Democratic incumbents, and that's rubbed some party leaders the wrong way. Bill.
Madeline Rivera live in D.C. for us this morning. Madeline, thank you. So the question now, are Democrats in for an uphill battle to try and bring those young voters back into the fold? Here with the read on all of this is BlueStack Strategies founder Maura Gillespie and Democratic strategist and former chief counsel for House Judiciary Committee Democrats Julian Epstein. Thank you both for coming on this morning. Julian, I'll go ahead and start with you. Democrats have said they're kind of in a rebuilding year right now. They're trying to find their identity, their party leader. In your opinion, is a couple of minutes of Kamala Harris on video pre-recorded, is that the sort of thing that's going to get Democrats fired up right now?
No, I think Kamala Harris is part of the problem. I think she was viewed by most voters as being incompetent and being way too far left. Young voters are moving Republican. The Democratic Party has three problems right now. One is voters don't like the product that they're selling. They don't like the cultural revolution, otherwise known as woke. They don't like the economic revolution, otherwise known as socialism. That's the first problem. The second problem they have is voters don't like the sound of the Democrats. It's the forever grievance party, the forever obstructionist party. And third, the Democrats have the problem of integrity, which we've been trying to Paul Revere. Some of us, a few of us, have been trying to Paul Revere the last few years. And the cover-up of Biden's incompetence, the cover-up of a scandal in plain sight, has also damaged the party. So you talk about their rebuilding bill. They don't really have a plan to rebuild because they're so internally divided. They're in the middle of a Cold War right now, so there's no clear plan. You go out on the street outside of the studio, I guarantee you 9 out of 10, if not 10 out of 10 voters will have no idea what Democrats stand for.
Yeah, Maura, to that point, when you look at this video of Kamala Harris speaking, they made sure to put her gender pronouns on there, saying she, her. How do you think Republicans viewed this speech, if that's what you want to call it, yesterday?
I have to say that's the first thing that I noticed, unfortunately. And I just, to Julian's point, I agree. I think that the identity politics proved to be a failure for Democrats in the last cycle and will continue to be if they don't shift their messaging to an actual plan. I think that, if there's going to be grievances and you're only going to run against Donald Trump, well, he's a lame duck president. So what are you going to be for? And I don't think the Democrats have figured that out. They have continued to harp on things being a mess and corrupt and wrong and all the things that they could think of negative. But that starts to go numb if you don't have anything to say what, you're working towards. And as members of Congress, especially, go back to their districts here in August, they need to be talking to the people who elected them. What are you doing to lead? What are you doing to make lives better and bring down the cost of living? And I don't know that what Kamala Harris is serving is really what they're looking to pick up, because it's not a plan. It's just more of the same that they voted against in 24.
Yeah, and in the meantime, ex-Biden Chief of Staff Ron Klain, he's been answering questions on the former president's mental fitness this week. He kind of took a different approach than other Biden aides who have been pleading the fifth. Klain is actually answering questions. He told House investigators he thinks Biden was mentally sharp, but he did admit that President Biden was often forgetful and that Hillary Clinton even shared some concerns over his viability in the election. Julian, as a Democrat, are you satisfied with the answers that you've been getting from the former Biden team, even though it really only seems to be coming from Ron Klain?
No, and Ron is a friend of mine. He's a good guy. But what Ron is trying to do, and it's better than what the other staff did, is he's saying that Biden couldn't remember small things like names, but he was competent on big things. Well, that's not really true. Biden didn't know what his general's position was on Afghanistan. He didn't know that the liquid natural gas pause was an actual pause rather than a study. He thought it was a study. He thought Congress had passed student loan relief. He messed up on. He didn't seem to have a grasp on big things. So while Ron, I think, is good to answer questions, he's parsing in a way that is incredible. And again, there's a very few of us who were warning the Democrats about this for 2 years, and people didn't listen. They got into a groupthink and they deluded themselves. They thought they were gaslighting the public, but they didn't. Nobody believed them. And this is part of the problem of the party's brand right now.
And Maura, we got about a minute left here. With Ron Klain essentially being the only one answering questions, how far do you see Republicans being able to dig into this? It seems like almost everybody's pleading the fifth. Final word to you.
I felt that Ron Klain spoke up because of the Hunter Biden podcast interview earlier this week that, led us to believe that the president was on Ambien and all these different things that Hunter Biden said. It's a real problem for Democrats at large that the Biden family continues to stick their necks out into the spotlight like Hunter Biden did this week. I think it creates more problems. But Ron Klain, I believe he spoke up because to try and counter that, to say, yes, of course, we saw some issues there. But I look forward to when Anita Dunn comes in next month, because she's the one that wanted him to go, the president, to do the debate in June of last year. And I think that's really what I'm curious to learn about, who decided, who's making decisions.
Yeah, and what a catastrophic decision that ended up being, to have that debate.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That debate really solidified for all Americans that there was no way Joe Biden was capable of, becoming the next president of the United States, or was he even capable of being the president at the time, because he was the president while the debate happened against Trump last summer. And people were like, wait, is this the president of the United States? Cannot even make a sentence right. You can't talk. So how are you actually making conversations with other leaders around the world? How are you making deals? What do you even know about the wars around the United States or the wars around the world? So, yeah, that really messed Joe Biden up and also the Democrat Party. All right, Mark Levin.
March 3, 2017, Breitbart News. Mark Levin to Congress investigate Obama silent coup versus Trump. Now, ladies and gentlemen, over 8 years ago, when I was doing my radio show on that Thursday night, as I was preparing, I started to pull news articles together, website reports together, and I started to see a pattern. A pattern that there was an effort by the Obama regime during the Trump campaign in 2016 and subsequently during the Trump transition and during his early presidency to interfere with the campaign and then to destroy his presidency. I broke it first on radio, then with Pete Hegseth the following Sunday. I guess that's March 5th or 6th, 2017. And it was a big story. The media attacked me. The media denied it all, but I used all their reports. All their reports. And so I want to give you the context of this evening as we get into it and what Tulsi Gabbard has done, which is very, very important. And you're hearing people say, well, we already knew all this. We didn't know all of it. Or they're out there saying, what's the big deal? There's not a crime. We have immunity. They're not exactly right about that. So stick with us. It's a full program. We're going to take it from beginning to end. Check it out. Again, this is March 5th, I believe it is, on Fox and Friends, Sunday morning with Pete Hegseth 8.5 years ago. Go.
On your Thursday evening radio broadcast, you laid out a devastating case about executive overreach of the Obama administration, which many believe metamorphosized itself to tweets that President Trump sent out on Saturday morning accusing potential wiretapping in Trump Tower. We want to give you a case here this morning to lay out what you know about it, and the evidence you have for the potential executive overreach of the Obama administration.
Well, pleasure to be here. The evidence is overwhelming. This is not about President Trump's tweeting. This is about the Obama administration's spying. And the question isn't whether it's spied. We know they went to the FISA court twice. The question is, who did they spy on? The extent of the spying. That is, the Trump campaign, the Trump transition, Trump surrogates. And I want to walk you through this, the American people. Exhibit 1. All right, let's stop right there for a moment. Now, America, keep in mind, this is the first time anybody ever pulled all this together. I didn't have access to classified information. I can't issue subpoenas. I was doing my radio show prepping, and I said, wait a minute, something's going on here. I saw a pattern that went over a course of months. As a former chief of staff to Attorney General, I could tell there had been leaks out of the DOJ and the FBI and the intelligence agencies. This is literally the first time on television anywhere that this was pulled together and explained. The first time it was exposed. Go. Head Street. 2 separate sources with links to the counterintelligence community have confirmed that the FBI sought and was granted a Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act court. This is spying. In October, giving counterintelligence permission to examine the activity of, quote, U.S. persons in Donald Trump's campaign with ties to Russia. Let me go on. This isn't me. They say the first FISA request, sources say, named Trump, was denied back in June, denied by the court. But the second was drawn more narrowly and was granted in October after evidence was presented of a server possibly related to the Trump campaign and its alleged links to 2 banks. Now, sources suggest that a FISA warrant was granted to look at the full content of emails and other related documents that may concern U.S. persons. Now, I know people are hung up with Trump's word wiretapping. Well, how'd they get access to this server information? Does it really matter if it was wiretapping, electronic surveillance, or whatever it was? Exhibit 2, The Guardian, a well-known right-wing British paper. Here it is, Quote, The Guardian has learned the FBI applied for a warrant from the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court over the summer in order to monitor 4 members of the Trump team suspected of irregular contacts with Russian officials. Keep in mind, this is during a presidential election. The sitting president, the incumbent party, is now investigating the presidential candidate of the Republican Party and his campaign to some extent. The FISA court turned down the application asking FBI counterintelligence investigators to narrow its focus. According to one report, the FBI was finally granted a warrant in October. Exhibit 3, McClatchy, another well-known right-wing newspaper. Here they have the agencies. Headline, FBI, 5 other agencies, 5 other Obama administration agencies probe possible covert Kremlin aid to Trump. The FBI and 5 other law enforcement intelligence agencies have collaborated for months in an investigation into Russian attempts to influence the November election, including whether money from Kremlin covertly aided presidential-elect Donald Trump. 2 people familiar with the matter said the agencies involved in the inquiry are the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the Justice Department, the Treasury Department's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, and representatives of the Director of the National Intelligence. Are you telling me Barack Obama didn't know what was going on in 6 agencies?
As you go on, how are you? Okay, keep going.
I'm not done. I need to make the case because the media seems to be confused about their own reporting. New York Times, another well-known liberal outlet, intercepted Russian communications, part of inquiry into Trump associates, January 19. The FBI is leading the investigations, aided by the NSA, the CIA, Treasury Department's Financial Crimes Unit. The investigators have accelerated their efforts in recent weeks, but have found no conclusive evidence of wrongdoing. Listen to this. One official said intelligence reports based on some of the wiretap communications have been provided to the White House. This is the New York Times,
another right-wing outlet.
4.
Another right-wing outlet.
Let's continue. New York Times again. NSA gets more latitude to share intercepted communications. In the final days of the Obama administration, the administration has expanded the power of the NSA to share globally intercepted personal communications with the government's 16 other intelligence agencies before applying privacy protections. Now, why would they do this on the way out the door? Well, March 1, Exhibit 6, Obama administration rushed to preserve intelligence of Russian election hacking. In the Obama administration's last days, listen to this, some White House officials scrambled to spread information about Russian efforts to undermine the presidential election and about possible contacts between associates of President-elect Trump and Russians across the government. I'm not done. Exhibit 7, New York Times. Flynn is said to have talked to Russians about sanctions Trump took office. Well, where'd they get this information? Well, Mark, you know, the FISA court, they're always monitoring the Russian ambassador. And so how do we know that? Maybe they are, maybe they're not. But there's an awful lot of other activity.
Sure.
Here we have Washington Post. One more. Washington Post, March 2nd. U.S. investigators have examined contacts Attorney General Sessions had with Russian officials during the time he was advising Donald Trump's campaign. The focus of the U.S. counterintelligence investigation has been on communication between Trump campaign officials and Russia. Listen to this. The inquiry involving Sessions is examining his contacts while serving as Trump's foreign policy advisor in the spring and summer of 2016. This has been going on for a year.
Well, Mark,
now,
as you do on your radio program, you lay out a devastating case based on public documents, as you point out, and not right-wing sources, but mainstream left-stream sources. How confident are you that this investigation, which was on so-called Russian hacking, but now the White House says this morning will be broadened to looking into executive overreach? How confident are you they will find something there?
I don't know, but they already found something. The issue isn't whether the Obama administration spied on the Trump campaign or transition or certain of its surrogates. The issue is the extent of it. They went into court a second time. They were so aggressive. They waited 4 or 5 months. They go back in October, weeks before the general election. They narrow their request. All of a sudden, we have leaks coming out on Flynn. Then we have a horrible meeting that took place between Sessions and so forth. And I'm telling you, as a former chief of staff to an attorney general of the United States in the Reagan administration, these are police state tactics. Now, what did Barack Obama know? He knew everything I just read you apart from one or two articles. You know how I know? It's in the newspapers. It's right there. So Barack Obama not only knew this, but he gets a daily intelligence briefing. And let me tell you something about daily intelligence briefings. If your attorney general and your FBI is going to the FISA court to get a warrant to investigate aspects of an opposition party in the middle of a general election campaign, how much you want to bet the president of the United States knew that?
I don't want to bet
his
you on
opinion.
that.
How does this play out in the media? How are they going to continue to cover this story?
Let me first say this is the case made by the New York Times, the Washington Post, McClatchy, and the rest of them. I just put it together as a former Justice Department official. And Donald Trump here is being attacked for what he tweeted. Donald Trump is the victim. His campaign is the victim. His transition team is the victim. His surrogates are the victim. These are police state tactics. I am telling you this as a former chief of staff to an attorney general. If this had been done to Barack Obama, all hell would break loose. And it should. And Barack Obama's statement is pathetic.
Mark.
Let me just say this. Where does it go from here? They ought to release both FISA court applications where they sought the warrant. The one in the summer and the one in October. So we know exactly what they were doing. That's number one. Number two, Congress needs to see the daily presidential intelligence briefings over the past year or so. Those are the beginnings of a serious investigation. Number three, for the Republicans in Congress, you control the majority. If the Democrats do not want to assist, and they won't, because I'm starting to think Chuck Schumer and the others are participating in all this cover-up activity, then plow ahead without them. But this is important to the country. We cannot have a sitting presidential administration unleashing 6 federal agencies, intelligence and law enforcement. I don't mean the president personally sitting there and saying, you know what, Valerie, let's go get him. Obviously, the attorney general and the FBI were involved in this. This is how you get a FISA court application prepared and submitted.
Do you think former President Obama was involved in this? And if so, how much was he involved?
I'm not Nostradamus here. I just think that we ought to find out. But I will tell you this. He's more involved than he says. I mean, it's his executive branch. It's his Justice Department. Mine's been the IRS. All of a sudden, the IRS is targeting American citizens. I don't know anything about it. We have reporters, including James Rose in the AP, where the Obama administration did more investigations of reporters than any administration in American history. They're quite capable of these things. But it doesn't matter. We want to know what took place, and there ought to be public hearings on this stuff, too. I agree with the Democrats. Let's get to the bottom of this. So join me. Join us. This is the public record. Yeah. It's the newspaper of record, the New York Times. Let's go.
So this was the first that this was ever presented on broadcast media, television, on that Sunday morning in March. The next night I was on Hannity and further elaborated on it. But before that Thursday before, on March 3rd, I went on radio, as I mentioned, and I was pulling it together. And Breitbart did an excellent job. Joel Pollack, radio host Mark Levin, used his Thursday evening show to outline the known steps taken by President Obama's administration in the last months to undermine Donald Trump's presidential campaign and later his administration. Levin called Obama's effort police state tactics, suggested that Obama's actions, rather than conspiracy theories about alleged Russian interference in the presidential election to help Trump, should be the target of congressional investigation. Drawing on sources including the New York Times and the Washington Post, Levin described the case against Obama so far based on what is already publicly known. The following is an expanded version of that case, including events that Levin didn't mention specifically, and it goes on some length. Now, let's bring it up to date, like today. They interfered with the Trump campaign in 2016. They tried to take him out. They interfered with the Trump presidency early on. They tried to take him out. There was never any evidence of any kind from anywhere of collusion between Russia and Trump or Russia and the Trump campaign. July 2016, CIA Director Brennan briefs Obama and Biden that the CIA uncovered evidence that Hillary Clinton approved in her campaign to try and tie Trump to Putin and to the Russians to distract from her email scandal. Others briefed also knew. Who were they? It included Attorney General Lynch, DNI Director Clapper, FBI Director Comey. Hillary Clinton, in carrying out this horrendous event, her campaign paid for the Steele dossier. That was a complete 100% fabrication. The dossier was used as the key basis for the FBI opening a criminal investigation. They launched it in record time. Typically, it might take 6 months or a year. They launched it within a month. And who launched it? Deputy Director of the FBI, McCabe, and FBI Assistant Director Strzok. And it was Comey who seized authority around the same time to drop the case against Hillary Clinton, even though they had her dead to rights. It was a slam dunk case, but they dropped it. They were working to help Hillary. They knew that she was responsible for the dossier. They knew it. Obama knew it. They all knew it. They were tipped off about it. And yet they used that dossier to go after Trump, not to go after Hillary. Trump. The FBI chose not to get a FISA warrant when it came to Hillary Clinton and her campaign, but as it turns out, the media had leaked that there were 2, as you could hear earlier, but there were 4 FISA warrants, all based on the Steele dossier, most of it. The FBI lied to the court, to the FISA court, for its FISA warrants, using primarily the Steele dossier, which they knew was Hillary's concoction. She paid for it. December 9, 2016, Obama asked for an intelligence reassessment. Now, this is where Tulsi Gabbard has bombshell information. It's funny, I'm here. There's nothing new here, people say. When I first presented what I was gathering from the public record, I was told it was all lies, it was all false, even though the leaks obviously were coming out of the Obama regime. They're the ones who planted it. The FBI planted it. The CIA planted it. The Department of Justice planted it. The White House planted it. That was their goal. The media wanted it, ran with it without question. I pulled it together. I pointed it out, and they said I'm committing a conspiracy. Excuse me? But the point is, what we've learned now is that the mob boss, that the Svengali who was in charge was in fact Barack Obama. He was the maestro. He orchestrated much of this.
Hey, Sean Hannity.
Mark isn't holding back. Well, we know the former president, the 44th president of the United States, Barack Obama, has immunity. So I don't know how that's going to work
out.
out.
The hallway of an active construction site that is the headquarters of the Federal Reserve this afternoon. While donning white hard hats, President Trump stood next to the object of his ire for the last several months. That is the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jay Powell, who has resisted the president's repeated demands that he lower interest rates. Within minutes of the president arriving on the scene here, we saw them in the hallway where there was a remarkable moment between the two of them, where initially Powell had stepped out of the camera frame, just to note as you're about to see this, when Trump ushered him back in. Then, as the cameras were rolling, Powell pushed back on the president's assertions about the price tag of the central bank's renovations.
So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
This was so funny. This was so funny.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well.
3.1.
3.2. This came from us?
Yes. I don't know who does that.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added.
Our entire capital plan.
Yeah, you just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building.
Well,
including
no,
the
but
Martin building.
it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
But it's
So
not new.
The tour continued, and back at the White House afterward, I asked the president's deputy chief of staff and his budget chief about that exchange right there.
Who is responsible for giving the president accurate information about what the cost is? Because Fed Chair Jay Powell was correcting him on live television.
No, he wasn't. What the president pulled out of his
They
pocket.
had two different numbers, is my point.
The president pulled out of his pocket a page from the FOIA request of the Fed's own internal documents that is available on their website.
So
It's
when he's
available
saying there's
for
a third building, you're saying he's wrong?
No. What the president is saying is the entire construction project that's going on, which is a build and renovation project over the last number of years, is currently at $3.1 billion. And what the Fed chair was saying was, no, you have to take one of the buildings out of it. Well, no, it's all one project on the whole complex.
Why do you disagree with that? If the building was already done and it's not part of what your issues are right now?
I don't know what you're saying. If you go back and look, and the president's looked at the forms, they're right there. You can see every single year. They put out the FOIAs for every single year. And every single year, the numbers have gone up for this project.
What number? So you're saying that the number Jay Powell gave is wrong and the one the president had is accurate in your assessment?
I think what the Fed chair is doing is splitting hairs in that moment to try to drive down the top line costs for what we're talking about.
We can't be sure, but this appears to be the document that the president handed to Powell today. It shows the cost of several different projects and programs that we have here. I should note that is on the Federal Reserve's website when you look at their budgets and their analysis for the next few years. Joining me now is CNN global economic analyst and associate editor for the Financial Times, Rana Foroohar. And it's great to have you here, Rana. You've obviously covered the Federal Reserve extensively. Just on that scene first that played out today, have you ever seen anything like that?
Never in the history of central banking in America or possibly any other country have I seen anything like that. It was really, really unprecedented. And it was clearly good television for the president, but it does not make investors feel more confident about the monetary market or economic picture in America. I can tell you that.
And when obviously you heard from the president afterward, he seemed to soften in his criticism of Jay Powell. I mean, who knows if it holds? Obviously, he's been quite frustrated with him. But he came out of it after and took some questions from reporters and seemed to say, you know, it's easy to Monday morning quarterback. He talked about the construction site and what has been the centerpiece of this criticism from his own aides about, you know, how much it's costing to renovate this. I wonder what you made of just the outcome of this visit overall.
Yeah. So look, I mean, you know, is there a cost overrun in this building project? Sure. Is it larger than many other federal cost overruns? Yes. But that's not the key issue here, Caitlin. If you look at what the Fed is actually spending its money on, like hundreds of billions of dollars, it's on fighting inflation. Even this large, expensive project is a fraction of the money that the Fed has to spend every year. One of the reasons it's spending that much money fighting inflation, according to many economists, is political risk in America.
But why do you have to spend? Why do you have to spend billions of dollars to fight inflation in the first place? Just reduce the interest rate. Why are you spending money to fight inflation?
Tenure and tariffs and the worries over tariffs. And so the president has been looking for a reason that to accuse Jay Powell of malfeasance, of fraud. There doesn't seem to be any evidence here that I can see that would point to Jay Powell not doing his job, which is to look at the data and to try to make the best call about managing inflation and keeping employment where it should be. And I think he's doing a very good job at that.
Out front now, Dan Ives and Peter Tuchman. Einstein and Ives are with me. And you laugh, but they're still employed. Okay. So, Dan, you got the markets today watching this whole thing on the screen. You have Powell and Trump in their white hard hats arguing over the cost of a construction project.
It's like a scene out of The Office, right? I mean, I think investors, the last thing they want to see is just a squabble. You don't want to see this for the markets, just given uncertainty between Trump and Powell. And look, this is essentially, it's theater. And the reality is that Powell being there and even trying to sort of argue with Trump on some of the costs, I think that was a moment where he's not backing down. He's putting a line in the sand. And look, this is a soap opera, but this is definitely Saturday Night Live type scene.
I mean, this was the guy that Trump put Powell in the job,
Correct.
just to remind everybody.
And he's done an incredible job. And, I was thinking about it today. The last thing you really want to do is to change the captain of the ship midstream here. That would make no sense. He's been through this journey since COVID. I mean, I don't know how anybody could think he's done anything less than a spectacular job, right? And I think he held his line exactly. The line in the sand here, he did have that smile at the end when he talked. But the fact that he went back at him
it's okay.
So Peter Tuchman, this trader at the New York stock exchange. He's always dressing funny, but I guess, it's hip. But look at his blazer. Look at his suit. It's Jesus.
I want to play it again because first he shakes his head, and maybe he went into it saying, "Okay, I am not going to engage. I am not going to engage." We've all been there.
No, he's like,
and he's shaking his head, and then all of a sudden it's like, "I've had it." All right, let me just.
Why does he look like Jerome Powell? Why does he look like he looks like a wet dog right here? I mean, really, look at him. It's like, wait.
Let me just play it here again.
So great.
He's right. So then Trump hands the piece of paper. We're playing with. Okay, this is the paper where Trump's like, "Well, no, I'm going to show you. Right? I got it. Hands it to him. All right, pals, pull out those reading glasses. We've all been there. Yep. Okay. No. Looking, and then he's like, no. Like, I'm sorry. Wait. Okay. You just added a third building. Okay, then he's like, what do I do with this trash? Because he's mad about it. Hands it to Trump, who is mad to be handed it, and then just hands it off to somebody.
His blood pressure is probably going up by the second there.
Well, you can see he's sweating.
Well, and also it just speaks. He doesn't want to sit there being. In terms of the grandstanding, he's not just going to sit there and take it.
No. And Trump then made a joke about interest rates. But I mean, afterwards, Trump's got to look back on this. Somebody made Trump look bad. Somebody made Trump look stupid by putting in a number saying, of a building, counting a building that was built, and then Trump stuck to it. He's like, no, we're building it now. And Powell's like, no, it was finished 5 years ago.
We're the head of the Fed. You think he's not going to miss a number?
He does not know everything. See, he takes his job really seriously. I mean, that's the difference between the two here.
And to your point, the soft landing, he's engineering, you could argue, a top 3-4 Fed ever in terms of chair.
Look where we are. Look at where we are. We just came out of one of the hardest second quarters with all that tariff. Market was sold off 20.8% during the month of March and April. And we are now trading today at record highs, even in the eyes of all of
You don't take the pilot off the plane.
So let me ask you guys.
You don't.
Last night, and we've all known Mohamed El-Arian for decades, okay? World renowned, was one of the top at PIMCO. Now, okay.
Right.
So now he's saying he doesn't agree with Trump's bullying. He doesn't agree with the full view on interest rates, although maybe he's a bit more prone to some lowering than others. But he thinks that Powell should resign because he says if he doesn't, this gets worse and worse. Eventually he gets kicked out. It makes it harder for the next person to come in. So he actually, for totally different reasons than Trump, is saying that the right outcome is for Powell to go away.
And Mohammed's the bet, and I get exactly what he's saying. But I think the reality is that Bessent knows, and that's why every time, you're not going to fire Powell. You don't want anything to disrupt this market. So I believe right now Powell stays to the end of his term. I just don't see the disruption here, and he stands the line.
The implication is that he's a lame duck at this point, and that whatever, if he does cut them, it's because he was told to by Trump, and if he doesn't, he's holding his line. And I don't think they'll fire him, which he said at the end he wasn't going to, and I surely don't think he's going to quit.
But I don't.
Of course, he's not going to quit, and he's not going to get fired. However, this guy's talking about the Federal Reserve chairman being much more, taking his job more seriously than the commander-in-chief. That's just absurd. But okay, that's what they're supposed to say.
A highly unorthodox meeting is set for round 2 in just a few hours. The Deputy Attorney General of the United States, Todd Blanche, is going to be meeting with Jeffrey Epstein's convicted former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, meeting again at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Tallahassee, Florida. That is where Maxwell is serving a 20-year sentence for conspiring, as John just mentioned, with Jeffrey Epstein to sexually abuse young girls. There are very big questions surrounding all of this, given the, 1, obscurity of the meeting, and 2, the lack of credibility that this woman has. What was asked of her? What information did Maxwell provide? What is being negotiated, and what is her motivation to speak at all? And can she be trusted to tell the truth? Todd Blanche has said that the Justice Department will be sharing any information that they learn, but, quote, at the appropriate time. And this all puts into focus once again how the White House is struggling, the president is struggling to turn the page on the issue over the Epstein files, as he has called it a hoax, but very clearly he can't shake it, and Congress does not share that viewpoint. Congress has made it clear they don't think it is a hoax. They want to see the files, and they aren't giving up. The Republican chair of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, has already issued a subpoena to depose Maxwell. And he also says he's now moving quickly with issuing a subpoena to the Justice Department for all of those Epstein files. CNN's Kara Scannell tracking all of this for us this morning. What are you learning now, Kara?
Hey, good morning, Kate. Those are all great questions and questions that we are trying to get the answers to. But as you said, this is the second meeting, the second day in a row where Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche is meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. Maxwell is convicted and serving a 20-year sentence for sex trafficking of minors. Prosecutors had proven at a 4-week trial that Maxwell had abused underage girls, recruited them and groomed them for Epstein to also sexually abuse them. So the big questions here is, what are the terms of this meeting? What are the ground rules here? Is Maxwell being offered anything for her testimony? She is trying to appeal her conviction and also this 20-year sentence that she is only a few years into serving. So a lot of questions about what is left to talk about today. We did see yesterday that the lawyers met for the full day. They arrived at 9 a.m. They left at 4 p.m. David Oscar Marcus, Maxwell's attorney, told CNN afterwards, he said that Ghislaine honestly answered every question that Mr. Blanche asked, and she will continue to do so. We are grateful that the government is trying to uncover the truth. Now, what the content of these discussions are, the questions, the answers, Blanche had said that he wants to know if Maxwell knows of anyone that committed any crimes against minors, these victims of the case. Now, Maxwell has denied any wrongdoing. She was, in fact, charged by the Justice Department with perjury for what she said in a civil lawsuit when she denied any knowledge of Epstein's scheme to recruit underage girls and have them give him sexualized massages. She has always maintained her innocence. So it is unclear what the scope of this testimony is, why it requires 2 days, and what she is saying, though we did see the video of her returning to prison yesterday where she was carrying a box in her hands. It's unclear what is in that box. Could be items that she brought to the meeting, or maybe it's information they want her to review.
So most of the story CNN is covering right now is about Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein for sure, because of course that's what they have to do. What else do they have? That's the only way to, I guess, belittle every accomplishment that the 45th, now the 47th, is currently doing. Here we go.
In our money lead, President Trump's visit to the Federal Reserve headquarters today was born from his continuing anger at Fed Chair Jerome Powell's unwillingness so far to lower interest rates. Those closely watching the friction are warning that the value of the dollar could be at risk. Joining us now is one of those voices, Ray Dalio, who's a global macro investor who anticipated many of the financial crises the world has faced. He's the founder of the hedge fund Bridgewater Associates and the author of the brand new book, How Countries Go Broke, The Big Cycle, which is out now. And Ray, in this book, you have an analogy for the relationship among a country's government, its bank, and its debt. You write, to me, credit and money and credit are the lifeblood of the economy. The central government is like the brain that directs how the system works. The central bank is like the heart that produces and pumps money and credit through the system. What is your take on President Trump pushing the Fed chair to lower interest rates in terms of the good of the health of the economy as you speak of it?
It's mostly about the storehold of wealth aspects of money. You know, there's a balance. If you lower interest rates too much, then the creditor will get a bad return. And if you have interest rates too high, then it's bad for the debtor. And there's a balance. And always governments want, the political system wants the stimulation, provide credit, and with the providing of the credit, everybody's happy because things go up, but they go up as you accumulate a lot of debt. And now we're in a situation where the government has such a large amount of debt and has a problem facing that debt, paying that debt. And so naturally there's a pressure to lower those interest rates. And we're now in a different political environment in which the separation is being called into question because of the desire to lower those interest rates, to lower debt service, which is a problem as a storehold of wealth, as it doesn't provide a high enough return. So that balance is being called into question when you also have the independents being called into question.
So President Trump recently passed, with the help of the Republican Congress, the so-called...
So you guys notice how this accomplished businessman, like some billionaires, talk about, well, Trump's tariff is bad for the country. And 2 months later, they see that the United States is taking in so much money, the stock market is going high. It's like, oh, well, it's because what? It's because you were wrong. And just for one time in your life, listen to your leader. But they don't. They never do.
President Trump speaking to reporters over at the White House just before leaving for his trip to Scotland. I want to go right to our senior White House reporter, Kevin Liptak. Kevin, you've been listening to what the president had to say. Update our viewers who may have just tuned in.
Yeah, and it was quite a lengthy session that we had with President Trump out on the South Lawn as he's heading now on his way to Scotland. And I think one of the most interesting things that he was asked and sort of answered was whether he was considering a pardon or commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell. Remember, she is the associate of Jeffrey Epstein, who is down in Tallahassee, Florida, yesterday and today, speaking with the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, who is potentially looking for more information about this Epstein case in a bid to kind of tamp down on the furor among some of the president's supporters who believe the administration has not been transparent enough. And the reason this question of a pardon or commutation has come up is because people are wondering what incentive Maxwell will have to kind of spill the beans, to talk to Blanche, to give him the information that he needs. You know, she's serving a 20-year prison sentence down there for sex trafficking, and she has appealed her case. She wants to get out of prison. Listen to what the president said when I asked him this. Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell if
It's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
But you wouldn't rule it out, sir?
Why has Mr. President?
So you hear the president saying that he hasn't thought about it, but that it is within his power to do that. At another point in this, the president was asked, well, do you think Maxwell's words are really credible, given she clearly seems to be jockeying for some sort of leniency? And the president said that Todd Blanche, the person who is interviewing her down there, that he has an enormous amount of faith in him, that he is a great man, that he kind of knows what he's doing. Remember, Blanche is also President Trump's former criminal defense attorney. Now, on this Epstein matter, the president also clearly looking to deflect some of the questions, asking why people aren't asking more about, for instance, Bill Clinton's associations with Epstein, other Democrats who may have had associations with the late convicted sex offender. And so the president, you know, clearly trying to deflect some of those questions as he now tries to also put some geographic distance between himself and this matter. He's on his way now to Scotland, putting the entire Atlantic Ocean between himself and Washington, where this fear has kind of built up. Wolf.
What is this guy talking about? Putting a distance between him and the country, DC to Scotland. He's in Scotland for business. Like, what in the world is CNN talking about? All right, here we go.
You're standing by for the president to depart the White House. One would think he will face questions about all the Jeffrey Epstein developments. They have cast a shadow a bit the last few weeks over the administration. But this morning, the president kind of faces a different problem among a key voting group. CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enton, is with us this morning. What group are we talking about, Harry?
We are talking about independents, Mr. Berman. And I will say this is the biggest warning sign, the biggest danger sign for President Trump in his second term so far. Why is that? Because it does not appear that there is a bottom to which Donald's support can't fall to. What are we talking about? Trump's net approval rating with independents. You know, there was all this hubbub about Gallup that came out this past week. You see, back in January, it was -2 points. Now it's -35 points. But what's important here is Gallup is largely matching the average. Back in January, in the average, Trump's net approval rating with independents was -3. Look at where it's fallen to now, -29 points. That is a drop of over 25 points with the key part of the electorate If you're not winning among independents, you're probably not winning overall. And when your net approval rating's minus 29 points, you're definitely not winning overall when you're that low with independents.
It's just the size of the drop. It's staggering.
It's huge.
Okay, so how does this compare?
Don't forget, this is the same polls that told you this guy was going to lose. Okay? The same polls.
Historically.
Yeah, we were talking about Trump's overall approval rating, that it was the second worst overall. But we look among independents, it is the worst on record at this point. My goodness gracious, worst net approval ratings ever 6 months in among independents. Last time around, Trump broke the all-time record at minus 23 points. He is even lower than that now at minus 29 points. He has broken his own record for the worst on record. As I said at the beginning, there appears to be no fall, and Trump is certainly falling through that floor.
So during the Biden administration, I think there was a lot of thinking that maybe enough focus wasn't being paid to the effect that inflation had on people's thinking. And it may very well be that inflation's playing a bigger role in opinions than we recognize.
Yeah, so inflation in my mind was what cost Joe Biden the presidency more than any other factor, and it brought him down. But guess what? Donald Trump at this point, his net approval rating on inflation among independents, it's actually worse than Biden's was a year ago. Biden was way, way underwater at minus 38 points. But look at Trump and the average of polls on inflation. Oh my goodness gracious, minus 45 points. I never thought I'd see the day, especially this early on in the Trump administration. The issue that in large part got him elected is at this point the issue more so than any other that is dragging him down. If this is what we have on midterm day come 2026, I can promise you this. The Republican majority in the House, you can wave adios amigos, goodbye to it, because Republicans, simply put, can't win with this number.
Harriet, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Democrats are on a mission to keep the Jeffrey Epstein scandal in the spotlight throughout Congress's August recess. According to Axios, the DNC is buying ads like this in 11 vulnerable Republican districts.
This is a serious issue. The highest volume of calls into my office have been about Epstein.
There's also this one, accusing Republicans of covering up the Epstein files. The DNC says it is a 5-figure ad campaign, which is actually pretty small, especially when trying to reach 11 different districts. So, is this just performative or a sign of what's to come? My panel is back. So, is this an effective strategy for Democrats as they try to regain the House?
Oh, yeah. I mean, just keep talking about Epstein. As a matter, like we reported yesterday and you guys were covering it, they were introducing amendments in a number of committees, House and Senate. Just talk about Epstein as much as you can talk about Epstein. There's very little.
Can they stay on that message, though?
Sure. Why not? I mean, Trump's helping them. Why not? Republicans are helping them. They, like you talked about subpoenas. Subpoenas will be coming in, later this month and next month. That's going to take a while. They should talk about this as much as they can for as long as they can. And I think if this keeps Republicans on their back foot, why not?
It's this remarkable moment, though, where Democrats have been struggling with messaging all year round. And who would have thunk that this was the issue that was going to sort of bring Democrats together? And
can they stay on that? Because they want to be like, talk about health care, or talk about this, or whatever. Can they stay on this?
I think as long as their polling shows that this is an effective messaging strategy, they will continue to stay on this.
And why not? And why can't they talk about all this stuff? They can talk about Medicaid. They can talk about this. I mean, they should stay on this as much as they can. I think this is an effective, because Republicans have shown up to this point, and that's why they left town, no ability to get in control on this scandal at all.
And look, I say the Democrats were very strategic this week in forcing these issues in the Capitol. That's what forced the House essentially to leave for recess early. They were successful in forcing through a subpoena for all the Epstein files. They caught Republicans flat-footed on that issue. So they've been successful in stymieing the legislative agenda at the moment.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, Epstein is one of the rare unifying issues in American politics. That is, the overwhelming majority of American voters who are polled say they want more information released. It's a rare winner for everyone. But Republicans are having trouble because they can't release enough to satisfy the base. And so this is something, but as you say, a 5-figure ad campaign is really enough of an ad campaign to get us to talk about it, and basically nothing more. That is not a lot of money in politics today.
Is the Trump team worried about this?
Well, I mean, I do think if you have talked to Democrats, and you guys have talked to more of the members of the Hill than I have, but Democratic sources, I mean, it's been a pretty demoralizing 6 or 8 months since the election, right? Watching Trump sort of come in and do what he's done, and in some ways not having much ability to resist his agenda, sort of struggling with what the message should be. I think this is really the first time I've seen in the Trump world a sense that they've lost a little bit of control of the narrative in the presidency. For like the last 2 weeks, I was talking to someone yesterday who was saying to me, you know, Trump has this sort of supernatural ability to often change a topic. And this week it's been, you know, talking about Tulsi Gabbard and what she's saying about the Russia investigation, talking about X, Y, Z, but none of it's really sticking, right? And so you saw him again today try and do that as well. It seems like this is the first time in the presidency that he's really tried to move the news cycle in a way and has not been able to do it. Now, whether that's 6 or not, I mean, you guys all know politics is pretty ephemeral. This could go away in 2 weeks. We could be talking about something extraordinarily different. That's like part of the presidency. But this is really the first time I've seen him not be able to move it the way he wants to.
No question about it. So how do voters feel about all?
So, Thailand and Cambodia are going at it, and Thailand activates martial law along its borders. It's like, can we just live in peace? What? Can we just live in peace? All right. So South Park co-creators, has something to say concerning this. Check this out.
The small town of South Park, Colorado is protesting against the president. The townspeople claim that the president, who is a great man.
A great man.
Great guy. We know he's probably watching. And we are just reporting on this town in Colorado that's being sued by the president, and they are fighting back.
And just to be clear, we don't agree with them.
Bit of a shot there at 60 Minutes. South Park season premiere was one for the history books. That episode aired one day before the FCC finally approved the Paramount Skydance merger that has seen lawsuits settled and shows canceled. As for President Trump's opinion on that particular South Park episode,
I've never watched South Park. I don't know anything about South Park. I never watched South Park.
a White House statement says the show's popularity has hit record lows. In fact, South Park is proving to be a very valuable asset as Paramount inked a $1.5 billion deal, to exclusively air South Park on its streaming channel. The creators had this to say about that first episode.
Did you anticipate the reaction today? Have you been following it? What do you make of this?
We're terribly sorry.
Sincerity meter trending towards the low side. My panel back with me now. Brian, I wonder if this is a battle the president actually wants. I mean, South Park, listen, it's irreverent. Sometimes it's too dirty. I don't particularly love my kids watching it, given the language used, but they're taking shots and they're landing.
Yeah, but the president just dismissed him. He doesn't know who South Park is. He doesn't watch it. You know, I think
he knows enough to be talking about it, right?
Oh, he was asked about it, but yeah, he can be dismissive of all these things. I think what we've learned over the years, and Steve Colbert is the best example, that when you hate half the country, like Steve Colbert did, and these comedians, they literally hate half the country. Their comedy's not that funny, and so you might get some people that are going to laugh at it, a small percentage, but the end result is you will get canceled if you're not that funny.
But is that really the issue there? I mean, listen. The president, I think we could say, has thin skin, right? And jokes that used to be leveled at presidents, sometimes irreverent, they just say, forget about it. He doesn't, right? And almost makes them bigger than what they would be otherwise.
Yeah, and the president also used to be a staple of The Late Show. When it was David Letterman, he was he was frequently on. He was somebody who really esteemed it. The franchise has grown less favorable to him since he was in office the first time and the second. But the reality is this: the economics are why Colbert is not on the air anymore. And I say that as a huge fan of his for many years. It was a show that was losing reportedly $40 million. They were in the Ed Sullivan Theater, iconic, incredibly expensive. Whereas South Park, the LA Times says, is one of the most lucrative television series in the world. This $1.5 billion deal that Paramount inked, you can get away with a lot if you're making money for your shareholders, and that's what South Park's doing.
And particularly in streaming, right?
Yeah.
Because that's where all the attention is in the stock market, and South Park certainly has a following there. I suppose the bigger concern, right, is what other consequences there are for media coverage in general. And that's a concern. That's actually what South Park was taking a shot at 60 Minutes there, right? Molly Ball saying, talking about the various compromises perhaps CBS has had to make as this Skydance deal was there. I mean, it's not just really about a satirical cartoon that we're talking about.
Sure. I mean, to me, this is not about whether or not South Park is getting under Donald Trump's skin, because as Brian said, he brushes it off, and plenty of people have made fun of Donald Trump over the years. To me, it's again about the way that this scandal has penetrated the broader culture and the way it has become a real pop cultural phenomenon and the way it's being talked about by people who don't care about politics, right? South Park is not primarily a political show, and it's certainly not primarily a left-wing show. It's a show that skewers people across the spectrum, and particularly the idea of political correctness.
Yeah.
And so for them to be sort of bringing these issues on stage, whether it's the media issue or the Epstein scandal, I think shows the degree to which all of this has a resonance that is outside of the traditional audience for this show, frankly.
Yeah. Well, listen, I mean, there are first of all, South Park seems to be important enough to Paramount that it's willing to pay $1.5 billion and perhaps keep it on the air. Though I suppose that could change tomorrow. But let's look at what else Skydance.
All right, South Park.
President Trump is in Scotland for a 5-day visit. It puts a little bit of physical space, at least, between him and the growing Epstein fallout in the nation's capital.
Why do they keep saying it puts a physical space between him and the Epstein fallout in D.C., but never cover the Obama hoax situation in Russia? All right,
The president golfing today at his property in Turnberry, Scotland, one of 2 golf courses the president owns and plans to play during his visit. Trump also plans to meet with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and the head of the European Union Commission for Trade and Tariffs talks. The trip to Scotland, though, is not without controversy. The president has already been met with some large protests, and more are planned for his visit. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is in Scotland for us. Not unheard of course, for an American president or any world leader, frankly, to be met with some protests. But walk us through not only what he's seen and heard there, but also what is on deck for him over the next few days, Jeff.
Well, Erica, certainly President Trump has grown very accustomed to protests. This time, of course, they are very far away from him. He is spending the bulk of his time on his properties, 3 nights at the Trump Turnberry Resort on the western coast of Scotland, and then 1 night. And he's also opening a new golf course on the northern coast of Scotland, which is the ancestral homeland of his mother. That is what really brings the connection to Scotland that Donald Trump has talked so often about. He talks about Scotland in a very fond way, but it is less clear if residents of Scotland feel as fondly toward him. There were many supporters who turned out last evening near Glasgow to watch Air Force One arrive, always quite a sight and spectacle, but there were also many protesters who turned out to protest his mere presence here and his policies as well. We talked to Fiona McPherson to give her view about President Trump.
I think we're probably going to have to play nice, but I don't want us to. But you know, America was our ally for so long. We relied on America so much. Now it's an embarrassment. I don't know. It's very, very tricky. I think politically, yes, we've got to play nice. But on the other hand, if we condone his behaviour, what message are we sending out to the world?
And you may have seen the Boston Red Sox hat on Fiona. She's actually a dual citizen of the United States and Scotland and follows U.S. politics very closely, she said. But as for the rest of the agenda, the president is largely doing this working vacation, playing some golf, even in the windy and often or somewhat rainy.
So you protest in Scotland. I mean, what are you protesting actually? What is your grief? What are you actually protesting?
Scotland as it is at the moment, but he's also holding a trade talks scheduled to do so with the head of the EU on Sunday, as well as the British Prime Minister on Monday. He'll return to Washington on Tuesday evening after doing a ribbon-cutting dedication ceremony at a golf course named after his mother. Erica?
Jeff, appreciate it as always. Thank you.
Trump's approval has dropped to the lowest of his second term and perhaps most notably an all-time low of either term among independents. They're a big reason why he won the presidency again And also notable, he's starting to take hits from the very people who got him elected. That includes MAGA stars who are critical and skeptical of the Epstein excuses. Elon Musk, who continues to attack the administration's handling of this, and Rupert Murdoch, whose paper, The Wall Street Journal, has broken several key stories shining light on this relationship between Trump and Epstein. Now, listen to Charlemagne the God's theory on all of this.
Trump got beef with Rupert Murdoch, Elon Musk, all these people who really helped put him in power, they don't seem to be rocking with him anymore. And I don't know if Trump realizes it, and I could be completely wrong. But if Trump is definitively named in the Epstein files in a damning way, credible allegations, not just association, I believe this is the perfect excuse for Republican elites to stage a political coup and push him out.
Provocative, to be sure. Jamal, what do you think?
Well, that was certainly a lot to take in. But listen, this is the downside of the strategy that he has imported that got him elected. His entire strategy with the Epstein files was to try to give people the strong impression that this was Bill Clinton, this was Democrats, this was something that they were trying to hide. And now that this is all turned on him, he won't be able to convince his base that this is a transparent investigation at all. Like, I don't know what it would take for them to believe that there's no cover up. I mean, you've convinced a lot of these people. Part of your whole spiel is that the government isn't to be trusted. And then you're asking these same group of people to suddenly trust that this was all on the up and up. There is no list, that everything is as it appears, and they're just not going to buy it. And what's always interesting to me is like what it takes people to get off the Trump train. It's not the xenophobia, it's not the racism, it's not the bigotry, it is this.
But are they off the Trump train? I mean, I think this is the part of what Charlotte is saying that I'm not so sure. Because I think that they really don't want to be off the Trump train. They want to be on the Trump train. They just want Trump to get in line with them on this issue.
I think that's exactly right, Abby. Look, I think for Trump, it does feel a little bit like the lady doth protest a little too much, right? But when it comes to his approval rating with Republicans, it's basically as solid as it ever was. You know, you put it up on the graphic before where you saw the smallest decline was among Republicans. If you look at the average of polls, his approval rating with Republicans, still at about 90%. Of course, those same Republicans say they are dissatisfied with the amount of information that's been released so far. Everyone is dissatisfied with the amount of information that's been released so far with concern to the Epstein files. Everyone thinks that there's something more going on there. But then making that leap to all of a sudden that his base is moving away from him, at least at this particular point in the polling data, we're not seeing it.
I mean, so I don't want to suggest that these numbers here that I'm going to talk about are all the result of the Epstein files. They're clearly not. There's a lot else going on. But he's dropping like a rock among independents in a way that I think any other politician would be like, oh, maybe something should it raise a red flag here in terms of what he's doing. And then the small shift among Republicans, 2%, according to this Gallup poll, not earth-shattering, but how much lower can he afford to go if he is cratering with independents?
Well, President Trump's very knowledgeable when it comes to polls. There's no doubt about it. He looks at them every day and knows what's going on. I'll be very sincere with you, Abby. I am from the standpoint of this case, this Epstein was in the past, and let's move forward. There's been justice. But MAGA's not going there. And I say that with all heart because I was just telling Harry that I was at a Home Depot store and I've had people come up to me and say, you know what, we want justice. And we didn't give Fauci a pass. We didn't give Obama a pass. We didn't give Hillary a pass. We're not going to give Epstein a pass. And I've been hearing that. So obviously when I hear Harry's polling go into the 80s, it has moved a little bit, but which hasn't caused concern for there's change. At the end of the day, look, Epstein is a creep, and Maxwell is worse, I believe. She's the one that brought little girls to him. So that is just horrible all the way around. So this notion of even pardon, who the heck is talking about pardon here, Abby? This is horrible. So in my opinion, Congress is gone. They're going to hear from their constituents.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that's going to be the telltale right there.
What are you hearing at the Home Depot?
Well, I haven't been to Home Depot recently. But
He's a Costco man.
Abby, a moment ago, as you said, among independents, his numbers have been cratering. I think around the summer of last year, just around the time of the assassination attempt, the RNC convention, the energy surrounding Trump was a bit different. I think a lot of people were saying he seems to have mellowed out a bit. They were expecting him to be even more kind of sensational after the assassination attempt. And instead, he was kind of measured. People thought that they knew what they were getting with Trump. We'd seen 4 years of him before. They did not expect the kind of shock and awe effort on the part of the administration throughout the first couple of months of this year. They had a big agenda. They wanted to try to get really creative about the ways that they implemented things. With immigration, they scored a number of victories very early on, getting the illegal crossings down. But in terms of the way that they've gone about the enforcement, it's all dramatic performances. And I think it's alienated a great deal, a number of people, maybe not the base, but certainly the independents.
I mean, Democrats, they are certainly jumping on the political bandwagon on this, but the anger, I don't know that the anger is on the Democratic side, even in light of that. The anger is very clearly on the conservative side.
It is absolutely on the conservative side. Look, this, in my mind, for Democrats, it seems to be largely a political play, right? But
low-hanging fruit.
Low-hanging fruit.
It's just an easy thing.
An easy thing. But they finally have an issue that seems to unite their party, which has been very much divided to historic levels since the election, and one that actually divides Republicans who have been historically united since the election. So, of course, as a political play, Democrats are going to make it. But whether or not their heart is truly in it, well, let's just say I'm a little suspicious.
Well, some of that, I have to say, it could very well be. Again, the weird thing about the Epstein files is that I really think there are some very legitimate reasons not to release them. Very legitimate. It's just that I think it's very suspicious to a lot of people why all the people who wanted them released suddenly changed their tune once they've had a chance to look in them. Well, and that's the part that I think has raised the spidey sense of a lot of people who didn't previously care that much about this issue.
And I think it's Trump.
But how is she sure that they've actually looked into the files? All right? Because if the files were, I guess, available or there was anything incriminating on the commander-in-chief right now, don't you think the Democrat would have released it? Because they absolutely didn't want this guy to be the president of the United States right now. So now that he's here, CNN is spending all their time talking about the Epstein file that they never really showed interest in. All of a sudden, they are so interested in it. And it's like, okay, anything CNN, focuses on like this, I really never trust it.
Trump's own responses is that he hasn't really done much to put out the fire and put out the suspicion around him, because as soon as it's brought up, he starts sort of railing against it. And I know he gets emotional about a lot of things. And then he goes to his very familiar buzzwords, Obama, Hillary. And it's like, your material's getting old. Like, at this point, like, people don't want to hear that. They want to know, why is it that you appear to be hiding something if you're as innocent as you say it is? If it's just an association, he was just a friend, you didn't know about anything else, but you're not answering any real questions about it. And I'm sorry, especially in the society that we live in, where people really do feed off conspiracy theories, that is not going to be good enough.
So I have to show this handy little chart. We're going to break, but the mentions of Obama hit kind of a high, as the mentions of Epstein also hit kind of a high, just to show you that the knee-jerk reaction to any negative news about Trump is to talk about Obama. Just the life that we're living here in the
Bro, yet nobody's talking about the Russia hoax. Awesome. All right, here we go. Look, so this child was left in the car. This toddler was left in the car. Of course, we know it's July and it's hot. All right. It is absolutely hot. And this toddler was left in the car. Unfortunately, bad things happen. But, man.
Learning more about a case involving a 3-year-old boy who died Tuesday after he was left in a hot car for hours. Now, this toddler was in the care of a contract employee with Alabama's Department of Human Resources, the state's Child Protective Services agency. CNN's Rafael Romo has more. Rafael?
Victor, the day the 3-year-old boy, identified as Katorius Starks, was allegedly left strapped inside the car, was humid with temperatures ranging from 93 to 96 degrees during the 5 hours in the afternoon he was left alone. According to our own CNN meteorologist, those temperatures felt like 101 to 105 degrees with heat index values, not only considering the car the boy was in direct sunlight, as the family's attorney claims. According to officials and the family's attorney, a worker employed with a company contracted by the Alabama Department of Human Resources picked up the boy, who went by KJ, from daycare at 9 in the morning on Tuesday for a supervised visit with his father. The visit, they say, ended around 11.
I'm sorry. I am absolutely sorry. This is why I never wanted my daughter going to daycare. I mean, I don't get it how people take their kids. I get it. You got to pay your bills. You got stuff to do, but you take your child to daycare or to school from 9 a.m. to 6:03 p.m. You don't even know your child. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can never do it because I need to know what my child is doing. From 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., what time do you have to actually have a conversation with your child? And this is a toddler, a 3-year-old child. Nah, man, we ain't doing that.
11:30 a.m., but instead of returning the boy to the daycare, the family's attorney says the contract worker made several personal errands with KJ buckled in a car seat in the back of her car. The attorney says the worker finally returned home by 12:30 p.m., parking her car and leaving the 3-year-old boy strapped inside the vehicle with all windows up and the car engine off. It was not until 5 hours later, Victor, around 5:30 in the afternoon, when the worker received a call from the daycare asking why the boy had not been returned, that she apparently realized what had happened. This, according to a timeline the attorney provided. 911 was called and KJ was pronounced dead at 6:03 p.m. This is how the boy's father told CNN affiliate WBTM he will remember his son.
Small, brilliant, bright little child. I'm talking about, when I say yeah, respectful. I'm talking about knew how to count, knew his colors, 3 years old. Knew all the animals. I'm talking about, he was very intelligent.
Yes, he was, bro. He was real nice.
This is why I always say, I do not trust anybody with my child. Okay? Because God gave me the responsibility. He did not give anybody else. Okay? Now, look at what the daycare did to this 3-year-old child. Look at that. Nah, man. Nah, we ain't doing that. Okay? No. This is why I 1000% support homeschool, because I know exactly what my child is doing. They go to school, they pick up bad habits, they don't really learn, in my opinion, because what are you learning in school? Most of these kids cannot even read on or above their grade level. They have zero skills. And now all they do in school is social media. That's all they do in school. Okay? And that's the facts. All right? People can argue, but that is the facts. Most of these kids are on social media, on their iPad, watching TV, not learning, not reading, no skill, nothing. Nah.
Like, he was just joyful.
I had an opportunity to speak with Courtney French, the family's attorney. He told me he spoke with the family about what they're going through right now, and they're understandably having a hard time coping with the loss of their child.
It's just hard to comprehend that you would leave a baby.
You guys in the chat are saying it's the CPS that did it. Of course, I'm not. If I said the daycare did it, no. What I was trying to say was I do not support taking your 3-year-old to daycare. It's just too much. Taking your kid to a daycare center from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's like you're running away from your responsibility.
And a hot car and just have no recollection whatsoever that the baby's 3-year-old child is trapped in your car. He died a brutal death.
CNN also obtained a statement from the Alabama Department of Human Resources. A child in DHR custody, the statement reads, was being transported by a contract provider when the incident occurred. Due to confidentiality, DHR cannot comment further regarding the identity of the child or the exact circumstances. According to Kids and Car Safety, an organization dedicated to raising awareness about the dangers of hot cars for children and pets, this is the first hot car death to occur in Alabama this year and the 16th nationwide. Victor, now back to you.
El Romo reporting for us there. Thank you.
Car seat in the back.
Dear Lord, that's all I can say. Dear Lord, that beautiful child, I guess, God bless him. That's all we can say. And I'm just, dumbfounded for his dad. Because right now, his dad is definitely in shock. He was talking right there, but he's definitely in shock. I'll tell you that much. All right. Kristi Noem, DHS Secretary. Here we go. Uh-oh. All right, give me a moment. Let me get that for you. It's about 30 minutes. And we've been streaming for 3 hours, 35 minutes.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for getting up and coming and being a part of this and being a part of the team. It means the world to me. I think most of you know who I am, but first of all, I want to thank Matt and Mercedes for inviting me to be here to speak with all of you a little bit this morning. I just want you to know that my heart is to share a little bit of our thoughts and work that we've done over human trafficking and what Homeland Security is responsible for, but then also, if we get time, I know this is going to surprise everybody here, but if you have a couple questions for me, I will certainly take those because I always think that's a little bit more engaging for all of you. There may be times where
You guys, do not get me wrong. I said you have to work. You got to pay your bills. I get it. But personally, my preference, I would never take my child to a school from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. I don't care if they're 14 years old. You're not. From 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. What are you doing? What are you learning? You're going to be a doctor next week? No. Okay. So I'm not doing that. I'm not taking my child. This is my personal opinion. Okay. You can have yours. Okay. Everybody got their own opinions. But my personal preference, I am not taking my daughter to an institution from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's not happening.
see us doing something in the federal government or making decisions and you're wondering why on earth are they doing that or why is she saying that? And if I ever get the chance to ask her a question, I want to ask her this. So I'll do that at the end here if you guys are more than willing to do that. Well, you know my name is Kristi Noem. I've had the privilege of...
And everybody in the chat, y'all think, not everybody has money. So in your mind, I'm some rich guy. Let me tell you something. I am a single father, bro. Yeah. Okay. Single father. All right. So before everybody start going in the chat and saying, well, he got money. Look, it's priorities, bro. I just set my priorities right. All right. I set my priorities right. My daughter is a priority to me. Okay. I wake up in the morning. That's who I'm thinking about. As soon as I lay my head on the floor and thank God for greatness, for life, my daughter is next. Okay. So look, everybody has their own preferences. I'm saying from a single father to everybody in the chat, I will not take my child to any institution from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. except it's, I don't know, maybe a special day or something's going on. I don't know. But like every day, it's not happening.
Serving as President Donald Trump's Homeland Security Secretary. People often ask me how I ended up with that position. President Trump had called me and asked me if I was interested in being a part of his cabinet after he won the election. And he said, I know people have mentioned you maybe for Interior or Ag, but Kristi, what would you like to do if you were given the opportunity to be a part of the team? And I said, sir, I would like to be considered to be the Homeland Security Secretary. And he said, why would you want to do that? And I said, sir, because it's your number one priority. It's your number one priority. We have to secure the border. We have to deport these illegal criminal aliens that are in our country. It's going to be a big job, and it's going to take months and months and months. And frankly, sir, I think you need someone who's tough enough to actually do it. I think you also need to have someone that is able to communicate with the American people why we're doing what we're doing and why it's important to the families that live here. And I said, and I'm a wife and a mom and a grandma. And I think it's extremely helpful to have that perspective out talking to the American people with a heart for families and talking about the impact on families who've been impacted by this invasion that we've seen, but also by the crimes that we've seen perpetuated against the American people. And he was absolutely wonderful and blessed me with the opportunity to serve in this position. And it has been probably one of the hardest things I've ever done in my lifetime. If you know anything about me, I'm a farmer and a rancher. Ended up taking over our businesses when my dad was passed away in an accident at the age of 49. I ended up quitting college and taking them over, getting hit by the death tax. That's what got me into politics, was because it made me angry that we almost lost our family business because of tax policy. I served in Congress, and while I was in Congress, worked on human trafficking. Also then decided to run for governor of our state because governors are CEOs. Governors make decisions every day, and I wanted to live a life of significance, do something that mattered, and make decisions that were better for my people. Since then, now President Trump has asked me to be a member of his cabinet, and I am extremely passionate about the fact that every single day when we get up, we need to do something that matters. We need to be engaged in things that change people's lives and give them the opportunities that we had growing up. I can't imagine what it would be like for my kids or for my grandkids if we didn't fight for the America that we had the privilege to live in when we were growing up. Now, Homeland Security is an interesting agency. It's got 23 different departments underneath it. So it has Customs and Border Protection, it has ICE, HSI, it has CISA, which is our cybersecurity agency of the nation. It is securing and helping small and medium businesses and also protecting critical infrastructure like our electrical grid from cyber attacks and those who would wish to harm us. We also have Secret Service. Under Homeland Security, we have FEMA, which is not only responsible for disasters, but it also is responsible for the continuation of government. If the worst of the worst thing happened to our country, FEMA is the agency that would step up and help us run the continuation of government. We also have many other agencies, INA intelligence agencies. I tell people as I go through the list, we are blessed to have the Coast Guard under the Department of Homeland Security as well. But I tell people what happens in the jurisdiction of Homeland Security is that anybody who lives in this country or comes into this country or leaves this country, we have jurisdiction over. Any product or good that is in this country, leaves this country or comes into this country, we have jurisdiction over. And anything that is on the internet that is sold, communicated, or transpires over the internet, we have jurisdiction over. Our mission is to secure the homeland and to do it with integrity and honesty in a way that is responsible to the American people. So it is a big job, but it's one that we take very seriously, and we're very grateful that President Trump is in the White House and that he takes it seriously. Because as you can tell, the last president didn't. Now, when I served in Congress here, I was extremely passionate about human trafficking. I was a young mom at the time. Often when I would come here every week, I had all my kids with me and they traveled back and forth. And I was aware of what was going on in the country and across the world and the evil, and involved with my church and the work that we were doing against trafficking and sex trafficking. But I ended up sponsoring some legislation that ended up being signed into law that dealt with human trafficking, allowing us to go after websites that would knowingly perpetuate sex trafficking and human trafficking, especially in regards to children. That bill was a bipartisan bill, and it took a lot of work at the time, working with members across the aisle, but I was very thankful to see it signed into law, because previously, websites that facilitated the trafficking of human beings did not face any penalties or liabilities for having that platform and allowing that kind of action to transpire on their websites. And nobody could go after them or stop them from what they were doing by setting up a forum to where that slavery could be sold. Unfortunately, today, even years later and we look at the history of the United States, we have more slavery going on in the world than we ever have before. So while we continue to do good work and pass bills, and I'm grateful for the work of our congressmen and senators who still bring legislation, we have a lot more work to do, and we'll continue to do that. When I was elected governor of South Dakota in 2018, I immediately put into my budget someone specifically that would be located within our Attorney General's office that would focus right on human trafficking, and that's all they would do every day, was to go after human traffickers that would be impacting our people in South Dakota, but across the country. In our state of South Dakota, we have 9 Native American tribes, and many of them dealt with a lot of trafficking of children, of women. Missing, murdered, and Indigenous women were huge issues for us and for our people, and having someone who facilitated the work and the enforcement and the consequences and penalties for those who would be involved in that trade was incredibly important to me. We also passed a bill when I was governor to define what human trafficking was. Many times we were losing our court cases because it wasn't clearly defined in statute. So we did that. We defined what human trafficking was so that we would start winning these court cases against these perpetuators of violence. And then we also put in more resources for minors who would have been dragged into the industry, minors and individuals that, because of no family, no support at home, maybe drug addiction, bad influences, ended up with criminal records. We allowed them to be expunged and to be clean if they came out of that situation, and we also allowed them more resources for hospital care, medical care, and for mental health care. So, we bring all of that experience then, and I end up in this role at Homeland Security, and we have the responsibility for training the vast majority of the federal law enforcement officers in the country. We do that, and they go out to different agencies across the country. Many of our state and local law enforcement officers get trained under the umbrella of the Department of Homeland Security as well. And we have several agencies that have become specifically skilled and trained to fight human trafficking. And in fact, I've met with so many different groups that work in the space that you are and that you're passionate about and your advocacy matters for, that talk to me about what our HSI officers do every day. And maybe some of you are familiar with them, but our Homeland Security investigators are an agency that is a partnership with ICE that do the investigative work and specifically are the best in the world at going after traffickers. They go after them every day, and it doesn't matter what organization that I talk to, they say your HSI guys and gals are the best. They always are able to track down those who are trafficking individuals, find the ringleaders, and be able to rip that evil off by its head. And they are an incredibly powerful asset to have. And so I'm so thankful I get the chance to lead individuals like that and agents who get up every day to help save our children and to save women and men from the kind of slavery that we've seen. But let's face it, for many years at the southern border, because it was open, we saw trafficking like we'd never seen it before. The invasion that came over the border perpetuated the Biden administration literally losing 300,000 children. These are children that they brought in over the border. In fact, many times Border Patrol agents would tell you they would see the same child cross with different groups of people in one day. Or in 1 week, they would see the same child be 3 or 4 times crossing the border with a different group of people. They were literally using these children to facilitate their invasion into our country, because then they would immediately be granted asylum and released into our country. The Biden administration quit doing DNA testing of anyone who came into our country to make sure they were a part of our family, their families. And so that was one of the things that we immediately reinstated under the Trump administration, that if a child comes to the border with a group of individuals, we are DNA testing them to ensure that they actually belong together, that they are family members when they claim that. When we're out doing enforcement operations as well, going after criminals on our streets that are murderers, rapists, traffickers, when we find children with them, we're immediately DNA testing them to see if they should be in that situation or with those individuals. We have been able to relocate and to find over 10,000 children already so far. 10,000 children. But we've got a long ways to go, and that's why your help matters, and that's why what you do every day is so important to our department and the work that we do. I know a lot of you and most of you are extremely familiar with the Sound of Freedom movie that is horrific, absolutely horrific, but extremely powerful and changes people forever. I think everybody who's seen it, it's changed their lives. But I don't know if you know that that whole movie started with an HSI agent who did his work, found 2 children, and then started to go after the ring and found this international web of evil that uncovered that entire trafficking organization there. And that started with one agent that was under the umbrella of the Department of Homeland Security. That's the kind of work that we do every single day that I'm just so proud of. I just spent this last weekend in Nashville and spent an afternoon with some of those investigators, hearing about their work and seeing what tools they need to go after these criminals and make sure that we're able to bring these children back into safety and these women back into safety as soon as possible. Now, because of President Trump's policies, we've been able to see a secure border. We've been able to see the flow of migrants and criminals and people in this country slow down. To the last 2 months, the amount of people that have entered this country has been 0, which has never happened before in the history of this country. I've gone to 10 different countries and visited with their presidents in Central America, in Latin America, and visited with them and talked to them about the fact that when they have their citizens that are coming to our country, that they should turn them around themselves before they get to America. I have negotiated security agreements with them to share information on criminals and their backgrounds so that when they know who in their country perpetuated trafficking, that they flag them for us so we can find them if they happen to now be here, and we can bring them and force them into consequences and return them back to their home countries. These countries, because of those conversations, have worked and signed biometric data sharing agreements with us, security agreements. They're even telling us that they are now, because of President Trump's strong leadership, they have set up housing programs for their citizens to come back home. If they need a loan to get a house when they come back, they will help them. If they're people that aren't dangerous, they will help give their children scholarships. They'll give them food aid for a period of time, train them for a job. And we believe, after visiting in those 10 different countries with the leaders, that we have over 1.5 million people that have already gone home on their own and self-deported just because they recognize they shouldn't have been in the United States illegally. And if they want to come back someday, they need to do it the right way. And they needed to do it, come back on their own. So now, one of the things that President Trump's bill just passed, the big, beautiful bill that he talks about quite often, that is quite powerful, did have some policy changes in it. Obviously, it had a lot more resources for our border, for the border wall construction, but also enforcement with more ICE agents, more Border Patrol agents, more investigators will also be hired. There also will be the ability to return people back to their countries and dollars with that. But it also had some policy changes in it that I want you to know. It's going to make it absolutely mandatory, with the language that was included in the bill, to conduct criminal background checks on sponsors that would be with unaccompanied minors. We have, because of our work, arrested over 400 sponsors that were sponsors of children brought into this country that the Biden administration was paying to take care of and to traffic our children. We have stopped that, and we're so thankful that we now have language that makes it absolutely mandatory to run a criminal background check on someone before they can become a sponsor in our programs. We are tasked to be the chair of the Forced Labor Enforcement Task Force here for the federal government as well. And so we have individuals within Homeland Security that work every day on forced labor. And I know you all have heard the story of the California marijuana grow facility and what was unfolding there at that facility. That is happening in other places around this country, that we will continue to bust up those operations, do the investigative work necessary to make sure when we go in, we're able to bring those who perpetuated that type of violence and slavery, bring them to justice and incarcerate them and keep them in prison so they don't have the opportunity to be released and released over and over again like the Biden administration did. But also at that one facility, we found 14 children that were unaccompanied minors that were there. And we've often, I think 10 of them were under the age of 12 years old. And they were working alongside these individuals. And we had individuals that were working at this facility that were here illegally, but also were known child traffickers. And what was so shocking to me was to watch the fact that when these officers went in there to rescue these children and to bring them out of slavery, and we're still doing the work to find out if they were in sexual slavery or if it was forced labor slavery only, but we'll do our due diligence on that. But what shocks me is that we had individuals that when our officers went in to save these children and to get these criminals out of this business, that rioters attacked them and threw rocks at them and tried to kill them. And that even with them was a sitting congressman that was in that group of rioters attacking our law enforcement officers, who actually took one of the business cards from one of our agents when he was talking to them and then held it up for the TV cameras to tell everybody who he was and how he should be attacked and be brought to justice for what he was doing there by doing his work there that day. Doxed him and exposed him and his family to threats from these folks that are trying to stop the enforcement efforts that our ICE and HSI officers are doing. This is the battle that we're up against. And one of the things I want to ask you before I close is to ask you to be vocal. I'm not asking you to do anything other than to tell why you're involved in this organization, why you are showing up for meetings, why you are advocating, and to be willing to speak out. I've found so often that these individuals that are out there protesting our law enforcement officers and attacking our law enforcement officers are loud, and that many times communities get intimidated and don't want to say anything or don't want to support them. But we should be doing the exact opposite. We should use every opportunity that we have to stand for the rule of law. I tell people all the time, if you don't like the law, go to Congress and change it. My job is to uphold the law. And we have a president, finally, that doesn't pick and choose which laws to enforce and which ones not to enforce. It's the law is the law, and if you break the law, you will pay the consequences of it. And I think it is so incredibly refreshing to have a president like that. President Abraham Lincoln once said that slavery is founded on the selfishness of man's nature. Opposition to it is his love of justice. And that's what I hope you're all embracing today, is a love of justice, and that we live in a country that is still an example to the world. There is no place better to raise a family, to have an opportunity to own your own business, to live a successful life filled with joy and hope than in the United States of America. I hope you recognize that because you woke up here this morning, you're more blessed than 99% of the people in the world just because you woke up in the United States of America. And that is something we are incredibly grateful for. So thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for your support of going after those who perpetuate human slavery, trafficking, sexual slavery, and forced labor. It is an incredibly pervasive and evil network of individuals that is larger than I could have ever imagined. But I would tell you that if it wasn't for our individuals like you that have a heart for keeping it on the forefront of the conversation and helping us break the back of this evil, we would not have a country left. We would not have families left, and our children wouldn't have the chance to grow up and to be all that God envisioned and created them to be. So thank you for that. And I will open it up to any questions that any of you may have real quick. I know I went a little long, but if we have time for a couple, I'll sure take them. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your steadfast leadership and for standing firm with the greatest president. As someone who's lived through exploitation and now advocating for others, I want to know what does leading with compassion look like when it comes to survivors?
What does it do for what? I'm sorry, something.
What does leading with compassion look like when it comes to survivors?
Well, number one, with survivors, you need to spend time with them. You need to spend time with them. I think we live in a world right now where everybody thinks they have all the answers, and everybody thinks that they know the right thing to do and is so quick to speak. And one of the first things I feel like I constantly have to remind people is to listen, is to sit and listen. And especially when it comes to survivors, there's so much that we can learn Years and years ago, when I spent some time with some dear friends of mine who are survivors of sexual exploitation, and sharing their stories, they taught me so much about the difference in healing that is necessary when you've been exploited through sexual trafficking, prostitution, whatever it was. They said, you know, and a victim of violence that may have undergone a rape or a one-time incident on the street has a horrific thing that they have to try to heal and get over. But imagine being raped 50 times a day, over and over and over again. Someone who's been trafficked like that on a consistent basis needs a different, completely set and way to heal, and a response and people around them to help them recover from that. And they can be healed through God's grace. But we need to make sure that we don't always have all the answers, that spending time with people, listening to them, and using that in their care and healing afterwards is incredibly important. The one thing I'm a firm believer in is that God created us to serve people. We are happier when we are fulfilling our purpose. So most of the time when I find somebody who's miserable, I'm trying to remind them to go do something for somebody else. We will be happier physically, mentally, and spiritually if we are serving other people, because that's why we were created. Yes, sir. Way in the back. We'll do a couple more, then I'll get you guys back on time.
I'm an international political analyst, and I study a lot about the New York City. Yes. And I was neutral until the election this year. Then I find second day, 25th of June, detail and the pattern of Zoran Mandamani. So who is violating the law here? And I filed the complaint to the Justice Department. The multiple law he violated, federal law, 18 title, and human rights, attacking to the religion, and law enforcement. And not only that, the community. So keep he violating the law. What we can do for such people? This not tolerate in our society.
Are you talking about people in New York City that have to live under the legal?
Yeah, in the New York City, about the Zoran, the guy who won the election. Right. I filed the case against him to the Justice Department. I have a copy here.
Yes.
If you need copy, I can give you.
Yeah, you can give it to one of my staffers that's back there right beside you. That'd be fantastic. I'd like to look at it. Listen, what we do when we run into sanctuary cities where the local law enforcement aren't able to help us because of mayors or city councils and people that won't have their backs and be there and help us with operations, as we double down. We put twice as many agents there. We go in there and use more individuals and more backup and still run operations, because the people who live in those neighborhoods, I've been there on operations many times with our agents, and people that walk by us on the streets on their way to work or taking their kids to school say thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for helping us even when our mayor or our city councils or our governors won't. So what we do in those situations is we send more law enforcement to make sure that we're taking care of the people that we're responsible for. Yes, ma'am. This will probably be the last one. Yeah, you two, both of you both can ask your question. That'll be fine.
I never imagined that this morning I would actually get to talk to you about this problem. And I am particular with an organization, and we are trying to reduce sex trafficking from foster children. And currently, foster children are the #1 sex trafficking source of domestic sex trafficking in America. There has been 2 recent reports, one from the OIG, where they found in 2 years there were 75,000 missing episodes of foster children. And it is the federal and state law to report foster children, but almost 70% of the episodes were never reported. And there's no prosecution for that, is what we found out. When the state actors fail to report missing children, they continue to get the Title IV stream, okay? If they report the children, their funding stream goes away. And so there's no accountability. There's never been one state actor or foster parent ever held accountable about not reporting a foster child. And in the Connecticut audit, it did a study of 6 children who were not reported missing and were foster children and ended up in sex trafficking. So
yeah, thank you for being passionate about foster children. That I grew up in a family that fostered a young man, came into our family when he was 12 years old. I was younger than that, but changed our lives forever. He had lived in a horrific situation through a lot of abuse, and our family learned a lot through that. So ever since then, I've been passionate about the foster care system, and when I was governor, it was one of my main priorities. In fact, I made a pledge when I first became governor, I would not give a speech without mentioning foster care. And the fact that we needed more foster parents, and the fact that many times those who are fostering may be family members that are not the best situation for individuals to be in, because that's where the abuse continues to be perpetuated at times, or some of the trafficking that happens to foster children occurs. So thank you so much for being involved in that. I will read that OIG report and we'll focus on that as well. One of the statistics that you all should know that I find that breaks my heart every day is that if we had every church in this country take in one foster child and adopt them, we wouldn't have any foster children. Every one of them would have a home and a family. So many times it is just people looking at themselves. And I have a sister who took in a 15-year-old foster boy and then adopted him, another brother who's adopted 3 children. We need to give these children families, and they need to be families that are safe. Last question.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Gina, and I'm from New Jersey, and I'm a survivor of domestic violence and different forms of child abuse that led to be abducted into sex trafficking. I am filled with gratitude to be here today and to be amongst so many passionate, committed people that are trying to do something to protect our children and provide safety. I am filled with gratitude for your courage to be here and for all that you're doing, and not for what's working, but for what's working. Because for a lifetime, I was the victim, but I was also considered the criminal that followed me with convictions after convictions in different states that I did not choose, that was forced upon me. It was not a life that I wanted. It was not a life that I dreamed of. And it was only until several months ago that all my convictions were finally vacated. But so I served a lifetime. We end up with the life sentence. But I was either able to continue to be the victim and feel sorry for myself, or take advantage of the resources that so many of you, individuals and organizations, provide for survivors. And so I am filled with gratitude, and this is why I chose. If what happened to me can make a difference in one person's lives, then it was worth it. This was not my calling, but I am serving now. I'm from New Jersey. I'm a national speaker. I'm an advocate. And as you said earlier, which really resonates with my heart, it's like we are the people. If we want change, let's not hurt each other. Hurt people shouldn't hurt people. Let's do something about it. Let's come to Washington. Let's be the voices. And so I see you and I hear you, and I thank you so, so much, and I thank you and all the administration.
Well,
and God bless you and protect you.
Thank you for telling your story. And I think that's a good reminder to all of us, is that people can stand up and talk about statistics all day long, but people will remember a story, a testimony. Your testimony, when you tell it, will change people's hearts forever and get more of them engaged in helping. I just want to thank Matt and Mercedes for inviting me to be with you this morning. Also Frank for his leadership in bringing all of us together. Absolutely fantastic, the work that they're doing, and I believe God's hand is upon it. So thank you for everything. You have a blessed day. Enjoy.
Shout out to Kristi Noem, DHS Secretary. Kids are very important. Children are very important. And if you are blessed enough to have children, take care of your kids. That's all I can say. Just take care of your kids. Pay attention, okay? Because these days you have to pay total attention to what they're doing and make sure you are involved. And with that being said, instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in Almighty God. God is the greatest. America is the greatest country on the face of the earth. And with that being said, it is the boy Genesis. You are tuned into the Genesis Show. God bless you guys. Life is hard. I get it, but be kind to people. You just never know what people are going through. You just never know. And if you are here listening to me, or you are, alive, be grateful. Okay. Be grateful for the air that you have in your lungs, because a lot of people are in the hospital fighting for their lives. So please be grateful for life and go outside, shake hands, have fun. It's not just about politics, okay? It's not about I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat. No, it's country first. And I got to give a shout out to our esteemed members. Shout out to Dr. Luke, the GOAT. The GOAT, Dr. Luke. God bless you for the super chat. Thank you for always being here. Thank you for supporting the channel, Dr. Luke, the GOAT. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Ringmaster. Shout out to Ingraham. Shout out to Sandra. God bless you, Sandra. Also, I got to give a shout out to the moderators. I see Zyro's Garden. I also see, I don't know if C. Shelley's here, but I did see Zyro's Garden earlier on. Whiskey, the Bucket Master. I don't see him here, but I got to give a shout out to the Bucket Master as well. Who else? Everybody, man. Shout out to CRXR. Shout out to John Gotti. John Gotti. I don't know what John Gotti doing, but shout out to John Gotti, man. Shout out to John Gotti. All right, with that being said, I will be right back. Stay blessed. Stay happy. Stay in a positive mindset. Do not let anybody bring bring your energy down, bring your positive vibe down. Stay hyped up because God is with you. So do not let anybody bring your energy down. You're blessed and God is with you. All right. With that being said, it is your boy Genesis, and you are currently tuned into the Genesis Show, and I am signing out.